What's up, guys, and welcome back into the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, here live on Twitch and also on YouTube at the same time. So a big hello to anyone that's tuning in from YouTube. At the moment, I can't see anything going on in the chat. Here we go. Twitch Gaming, hello to you, man. If you are here today and you're tuning in, then do say hello. Hope you had a really good weekend. And we always want to hear on Monday how everyone's weekend's been on Sorare and just in general, right? Especially if you are a football fan, maybe one of your teams has done absolutely shocking. This is your chance to talk to like-minded people in the chat. Sopsy, hello to you as well. How you guys doing? How's your weekend's been? Twitch Gaming and Sopsy in the chat. And we're going to wait for a few more people for the chat to get a bit more livelier before we crack on. So we're just going to hold off. How's everyone doing? And you can probably see as well, I don't know if you can actually see, but you can probably see it here now. Look, there you go. You can see I'm wearing my new Sorare hoodie. So I'm very happy to actually finally have some Sorare merchandise. And it's lovely. This is a really nice hoodie as well. You know, like some hoodies you get and they're really uncomfortable to wear. This is like the most comfortable hoodie I've ever had. Well, I have at the moment anyway. If you're new on the channel and you have no idea what we do here on the channel, we cover two games primarily in the day. We cover a game called Sorare, which is a fantasy sports digital card game. And you can see it on the screen right now. It's a game where you are collecting digital cards of your favorite football players or basketball players, because it's also got basketball in the game. Also, baseball's in the game too. So maybe you don't like football, maybe you just like basketball or baseball. Whatever sport you like from those three, it will be in there. So it's got a kind of a sport to cater for everyone. And it's really cool because you collect these cards and you try to put together teams that can perform really well and score really high for you in terms of the points they give you. The points that you get are all based off real life performances. So kind of the name of the game is to try and obviously pick the players that you think are going to do the best in the game week. But obviously, depending on your budget, you're going to have to try and be smart. So you can't just go out and get, say, a Salah. You can't just go out and, say, get a Haaland if you're on a low budget. Because Sorare is a Web3 game, which means that all the players in the game have real-world value. So they cost money. You can play free-to-play, but the best prizes in the game and the best part about Sorare is competing for real-world like rewards as well. So cash, real-world experiences, and you can really only get that if you are investing a little bit, like buying a couple of players, putting together a team, and then seeing if you can outscore everybody else in a game week. So it's really cool, and you'll find the link in the chat there. So the link's already there for you from the Nightbot. Do use it if you're new to Sorare and if you're interested in checking this out, because you will be able to get up to a £20 free credit just when you collect your first 5 card from auction and you've used the link in the chat. So it's quite significant, £20. Imagine being given £20 to go and spend in a game to basically build your team. It's really cool. So do use that link. And then in the second half of the stream, what we'll be doing is we will be coming over to this game here, which is a game called Pooky. And this is the #1 sports prediction game. So on this game, what we do is we focus on not the players, but the teams, right? And so in here, we are trying to predict what we think is going to happen in a game. And we're trying to predict how many goals are going to be scored. We're trying to predict like who's going to win, who's going to draw, who's going to lose. If we can get most of our predictions right, that we can finish in the top 50% of a leaderboard, then you actually win cash rewards. Yeah, you actually win cash, which you can spend in the real world. So it's pretty cool. So again, you can use the link in the chat. That link massively helps to support the channel, along with the Sorare one. Both of those links will give you freebies to get started in these games, so that when you're jumping on the streams and you're following the content, you can actually benefit not only from the link, but also benefit from what we do here, on the streams to help you get better at playing Pooky and Sorare. I think Sorare heard our chat last week about merch. Well, Yeah, I have kind of been speaking to them anyway. Um, I mean, I don't think they have. Hopefully they did, but yeah, I've been kind of speaking to Sorare, and I kind of said to them, look, I stream pretty much every day Sorare stuff. Wouldn't it make sense if I had something to wear that was Sorare related? It's like good free advertising for you. So I kind of had to push them a little bit. But I think, to be honest with you, I was thinking about this. I think if you are like a content creator, if you're someone that's streaming or doing daily content or regular content, right, then Sorare should just be sending that stuff out to you. Because then, as I say, it's like free advertising for them, because then you've got your brand up like in so many different places all the time, exposed to so many different people. So yeah, I think I always feel like they should have, as part of their affiliate or partner program, they should have a condition where, if you make X amount of content per week or whatever, then you can actually get sent some merchandise as well. Stuff like that. They do a lot with other games, and it's just probably another thing that Sorare just aren't thinking about yet, which they really should, because I think it would help them. You can't see it on camera. Yeah, I might have to tweak the camera a little bit, so you can see it. Yeah, because you can't quite see the name, can you? So I'd have to think about tweaking the camera a little bit. Hello to Split Geek. How you doing, man? You right? Every lineup had a sub, said Sopsy. So what are you saying? Your game week is done, basically. Your game week is kind of over, and there's nothing to show for it. I'm laughing because that's pretty much the same for me at the moment. I was 3 places off a reward in the Prem Specialist with a DMP goalkeeper, says Sorare Brokey Boy. Wow. Well, it's a really good effort. How comes you had a DMP goalkeeper, though? Was it like a goalkeeper that you expected to play and then they didn't play, or did you just think, let's try and hit a reward with a DMP goalkeeper? Because often that won't work if you're trying to do it like that. Sorare football was bad, but NBA was sick. I won a tier 2 limited. My mate finished 14th in the common pickup, also won a tier 2. That's from Twitch Gaming. That's pretty good. I actually forget sometimes that I forget a lot that the basketball's actually happening in Sorare, because, I just have no interest in it. I did, didn't I? I did have an interest in the basketball side of Sorare. And actually Sorare got me interested more into basketball, because I never really watch basketball or try and keep track of basketball or anything like that. But then last year I was, because of Sorare. But it's funny, they got me into the basketball side, but then they also kind of put me off the basketball side as well, Sorare. So yeah, I still don't really think about basketball that much. It's just quite nice to hear that people are winning on there. Hello to FTS and everyone. Hello to Anathibam as well, man. How's it going, Anathibam? We're talking about just rewards and just how everyone's weekend's been in Sorare. I'm going to quickly show you guys how things are going for me. So as you can see, no luck this time. We're not winning anything at the moment. We potentially could win Threshold tonight. I'm not holding my breath for it, because we have a difficult game and we need a lot of points from our last player. So Ali Varul is our last player to play, and so it happens to be our goalkeeper, of course, and he's playing away to Konyaspor, which is a fixture that I don't really like. I'm a little bit worried. This could be the type of fixture that he does semi-okay in, but I'm just worried with them playing away to quite a decent team that there could be the potential here where he concedes 2 or 3, and then maybe he doesn't do that great in his AA. I hope he can prove me wrong, because like 52 from a goalkeeper isn't that much, really. Especially even if he concedes a goal, he could still be able to score 52, 53. I need him to be tested with enough saves or shots, and I need him to make enough saves to boost his AA. So yeah, he either does amazing, he either does 53, mid-50 score, or he concedes a few goals and then he doesn't actually make any saves at all, and then that's that's going to kill our chances to win threshold. So this was actually quite good, this team, because I was feeling quite positive about it. Not like mad positive about it, but I was thinking when we went through it that this was our best chance to hit threshold. And I think it was, I don't have any regrets at all. Like Kadri, expected him to do well and he'd done good despite not getting a goal or any kind of decisive. And then Richie done quite decent as well. In a 3-1 win, he got 53.5, which is great given that he had a L15 of 42. Eric Bocat done pretty much what I expected. I was hoping that he could add a decisive on top of the score because he had an AA of 24.46. So this is what is quite good about Bocat. He can score really good in his AA, and then if he gets a decisive too, you're then looking at like a score of 80, 90 most of the time. It just didn't happen, but I'm actually happy with these 3 scores. What's really annoying is that Biatki played the full 90 minutes for Wolfsburg, and he kind of bombed, right? He kind of bombed. We didn't need this. He starts on 35, of course, and he ended up on 26. So he's gone back 10 points, which does not help us to try and get over the line. Now, if he'd have just got 35 here, then all we would have needed was then like 42 from Ali Varul, which, to be honest with you, we would have probably then expected Varul to give us a score of 42 fairly easily. But because Biatki got a score of 26, it puts so much pressure now on Ali Varul to get the points that we need. And it's really unfortunate because Biatki done okay. Excuse me, he done okay, but what you can see here is that 10 points came off his total points, right? Off his AA, because he missed 2 big chances. He scores one of those big chances, he jumps up to a score of 60 points, and then we're laughing our way to threshold. So fine margins, right? The fact that he's missed 2 big chances, it then puts us in a bit of a tough position to try and hit the threshold. If he converts at least one of them, we're pretty much hitting the threshold, and then we're winning $50. So it was still the right idea, but yeah, we have to wait and see whether we're going to pray that we can get something from Varul tonight. I love it. I'm watching a lot NBA, and the in-season tournament was insanely cool. I heard a lot of criticism about the in-season tournament. I just saw it from people all over Twitter and some like screenshots from Discord that the in-season tournament just, I don't know what, I don't know it. I know of it, but I don't know the ins and outs of it. That's what I'm saying. I just saw so much like negativity from loads of NBA managers that just weren't happy with it. So what was wrong with it? Or because you said it was insanely cool, but as I say, there was quite a few people saying it wasn't good, or they didn't think that it was very rewarding. Where can I find the amateur mode? Okay, let me show you. I think that Gaming's already mentioned it, but let me show you where you can find the amateur mode. So if you can't see the amateur mode in the lobby, and this is another thing that I think just Sorare need to do to try and help their users try and navigate the lobby, right? Is that if you have this this feature, this option ticked at the top, which says show recommended competitions, then it's not going to show you amateur competitions because you will have more than 10 cards, which means you can't actually enter the amateurs. But if you need to see the amateurs to make a swap, what you need to do is you need to untick this here, where it says show recommended competitions, and you go all the way down to the bottom, and then now what you can see are the amateur competitions, and so you can access them to do the swaps. But if I went back up to the top and I tick this again, you're going to go back down and see that they're hidden. So you need to untick the show recommended competitions, and they probably need to have something here which says like another option, which basically says leave the amateurs visible. Like have another option here, then managers can just tick it, always show amateurs or something like that. And the funny thing is that once you know that, then yeah, you kind of know to always untick it when you then want to see the amateurs. But it's kind of a little bit annoying having to almost like every week, if you do want to make a swap, because naturally it makes sense to have this ticked because you don't really want to see competitions that you can't enter for. Then having to kind of untick this all the time every week just to kind of then see the amateurs that are naturally hidden is a bit weird. So yeah, probably Sorare just need to add an option here so you can just tick to say amateurs always visible. Free tip scout was so close this week. Was so close to hitting the threshold. I need 56 points from one player tonight to hit threshold, but just like you, I'm not holding my breath. Who is it, Anathabam, that you need 56 points from? I want to see the player and I want to see the fixture that they've got. You said that you're not holding your breath, so I'm guessing it's a difficult fixture, or maybe it's a player that just isn't used to scoring in that range very often. It was cool in real life. I haven't noticed any negative on Sorare apart from a bit messed up schedules, I think, but that's just me. Well, I saw a lot. Yeah, I saw a lot on Twitter around the Sorare NBA side, but because I don't play it, I didn't pay too much attention to it, right? But I just saw a lot of managers that weren't really happy who have been playing Sorare NBA. I think it was mainly with the prize pool, with the rewards, from what I understood. And to be honest with you, we did have a little bit of a gander at the prize pool for the Sorare NBA in-season tournament, and I think there were some scarcities. I think most of it was pretty good actually. I think the one thing that stuck out for me was the commons were just really like crap. You know, the free to play was just really crap. I think the free to play could have offered something better than what it did, but from memory, I think the other ones kind of seemed quite cool. Nacho Martinez from Tenerife. All right, let's have a look. So Anathabam is waiting on Nacho Martinez. Let's bring up Nacho Martinez to get an idea of how he's been scoring recently and whether he can actually Nacho Martinez or okay. It's not coming up. Okay, let's type in Martinez. It's going to give us loads, or just Tenerife, isn't it? Don't think you've given me the right spelling there, man. Let's go and have a look at him. Maybe coming up with something different, isn't he? Where's he at? Here we go. He should be coming up. Oh, it's because he's got the accent. It's because he's got the accent, and he's named as Nacho on the game. His averages are pretty good, though, no? I mean, the fact that you say that you're not holding your breath, his averages are pretty good. How's he been scoring recently? Honestly, I'd kind of be confident. He's got a home game against Alcacon. Then he's averaging 51, 51, 53, and he is very much the type of player that will most of the time score mid-50s. So if I was you, I'd be feeling pretty good. I mean, it's going to be a killer though, right? If for Anathabam, he scores something like that, 55.58. And also what you've got to keep in mind is that it's 56 that you need right now, but by the times that the other games happen, that will increase a little bit. So technically, yeah, you probably don't need 56. You probably need closer to 60 with all the other games still left to play. And that's also what I need to think about as well, is that even though I need, go back to the Cap 240, so even though I need 52, the reality is I probably need about 55, yeah, from Ali Varol. Because at the moment, you can see that there's 94% of the leaderboard complete. There's more games to play tonight. So, yeah, when there's more games to play, it will always increase the points that you need a little bit. Probably 55 would be too much, actually. That'd be more than enough. But, yeah, I probably need closer to 55 rather than 52. And then kind of just going back to my lineups here, that's pretty much it. This kind of game week for me is all centered around, like, the rare threshold. If we don't hit the rare threshold, this has been a disaster of a game week for us. If we do hit the rare threshold, then that's like mission done, because that's the only thing that we really try and aim to win, like properly each game week now. With our limited teams, we don't expect anything from the limited teams anymore. It's too difficult at the moment. We can't seem to catch a break with our limited teams too. You can see a couple of my limited teams. So, for example, America Limited. We captained San Pedri and he was out. So I kind of must have missed that one. And then second div is always really difficult. We also just didn't get good levels of scoring. Under 23, this is our community team for everybody. And we literally had one decisive, which was Maj Kick. Our captain didn't do anything good. This was a shocking result, wasn't it? Like Rijeka at home against Slaven, who aren't even that good a team. They lost 4-2. I mean, oh. And ideally, what we wanted to do here, we actually wanted to play like Smolcic and Yankovic, but they were suspended. So I guess if they had been playing, it might not have been that. But what an awful day in the office for Rijeka. Any Rijeka stacks this week were done, weren't they? Quickly. Yeah, no T1 commons in the pool as far as I know, but the limited and above has been really good. Yeah, I agree. When I looked at the NBA, the limited and above looked really cool. Free tip scout, Frankfurt stack in the Bundesliga special was close, and I was 9 points from $8 in EPL winter. Comp with a DMP goalie. Had Fabianski in academy. Oh God, Arthur, that one's going to sting a little bit. To be so close to getting a decent return there, and to have a goalie that kind of scored okay. Afternoon also to the White Pele. We need to talk about Bruno and Man United. He didn't fancy Liverpool next week. We don't. We don't. I don't want to talk about Man United, really. We should, but it's just depressing as a Man United fan. Far too depressing on a Monday to talk about Man United. Yeah. The only thing I would say is that it's actually going to be horrible when we play Liverpool because, yeah, we won't have Fernandes. And I think also Rashford, from what I heard, I think I even heard some of the pundits talking about the Rashford's maybe going to be missing as well. Not that he's been playing that well. I followed your steps. It's now showing I need to swap cards and the Prem Amateur is locked. So, guns. How many cards do you own in Sorare? That's a question to Guns in the chat. How many like Sorare cards in total do you own? Free Tip Scout was busy last week. When I joined your stream after the deadline, it only then crossed my mind to put Fabianski in the Wintercom. I was sure Steel would DNP. Unlucky, man. Really unlucky. So you have 60 odd commons and 9 limited. I haven't bought any in months. Okay, you should be able to enter it, the amateur, if you have less than 10. So yeah, when you go into it, into pro, and you kind of have this unticked, right? And you go down to the bottom, like when you see the amateur here, you should be able to enter it because the requirements for the amateurs is that you need to have less than 10 pro cards to register, right? So the pro cards are limited, rare, like in total, like you need to have less than 10 Sorare cards, right? Of the proper scarcity of limited, rare, super rare, etc. If the total amount of cards you've got is like 10 or 11, like if it's 10, I think it's 10, yeah, if it's 10 or 11, then I think it's 10. If you have 10, I think you can still enter it, right? If you have 11, then I don't think you can. But technically it says you have to have less than 10, so I'm guessing you have to have 9, actually. So yeah, if you've got more than, basically if you've got more than 9, you won't be able to enter this, right? It doesn't matter about limited. If you've got rares, if you've got super rares, you can't enter this anymore. Like if you have more than this, right? So that's the only reason that you won't be able to enter it, is that you'll have more. If you have like more than kind of like 10, then yeah, you definitely can't enter it. If you have less, but you still can't enter it, then it's a weird bug because you should be able to enter it. So how many cards in total do you own? Do you literally own? Give me your Sorare manager name. let's get to the bottom of this, right? Give me your Sorare manager name. So, Guns, what's your Sorare manager name, man? Yeah, he's done that already, Arthur. What he's saying is that he can't play it, and it's just showing the competition, but it's showing just a swap feature. And what we're saying is that when that happens, it's because you've got more cards than what you're allowed, right, to have to play in the amateurs. Guns, what's your name? What's your name on Sorare, man? Let's bring your account up on Sorare data. What's your name, Guns? What's your name, Guns? Like, what is your Sorare manager name? Because we want to actually help you a little bit. Guns, where you at, man? Give us your Sorare manager name, and we'll bring up your page on Sorare data. We want to see how many like cards in total you've got. All right, SUFC. try the username. What do you mean? Have you not been playing in a while? So look, you've got 11. You've got 11. This is exactly what I wanted to do here. You have 11 limited cards, right? So you can't enter it. You can't enter it. You'd have to sell one of your limited cards so that you can then compete in the amateurs. You might have missed it if you've not been playing in a while, but they've changed the amateurs now so that they've made it very focused on new users. So what that means, as I say, is that when you go into the amateurs here, right, it will tell you here in the details that you must have less than 10 pro cards. You have, and the pro cards are all types of scarcity cards in the game. Limited, rare, super rare, unique, right? And then you've got here 11. So you've got more than the 10, which means that this competition, the amateurs, are all going to be locked to you.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Wow. Le Matero, thank you so much for the raid, man. Welcome into the channel, guys. Thank you so much for jumping in. Yeah, so just going back, you've got 11, right? So that's why you can't enter the amateur. So if you want to enter it, all you need to do is you just need to sell a card. So just sell a card. I know you've got this guy up for sale at the moment. So if you really want to enter it, then just make sure you sell, like, say, Danny Wilson or somebody else, right? Probably Danny Wilson, though. Just sell one, and then you'll have 10, and then you can actually then enter it and try and win some limited cards, right? But that's why I wanted your username, because it didn't sound like it made sense at all that you couldn't enter it. You've got more. You've got more than what you need to have. Right. We got to the bottom of it. Okay. So what we're doing, what we haven't started to do yet, what we're going to do now is I want to take a look at the midweek. So I want to take a look at the next game week, which is game week 432. This is the midweek game week, and there's a ton of games which are happening. So you can actually see here on the screen that there's just a load of games here. You've got Champions League games, you've got Championship games in there. You've got AFC Champions League, again Champions League, Super Leagues in there. You've got also the Football League Championship again. On Thursday, you've got Liga MX, the Primera R, which is the Colombian division. Then Europa Conference League. Look at that. It's tons of games there. Then Europa League, even more games. And then Friday, there's actually no games at all. Look, there's no games happening on Friday. So all the games for the game week are happening Tuesday, so tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. And what we're going to do is we're just going to try and just talk about some games, I think, that maybe look like good matches to target. And then potentially looking at some of the players as well. So often the tab that we try and use, when we're doing this is this one here. So if you're not using this tab, it's really powerful and it's really worth that you do it. go into the Game Week Center. So go into Sorare data first of all. If you don't know where to find this, Sorare data, then the game week, then you want to click on games here. Okay, so click on games like that. And then here, what you need to do is you need to select the next game week often, because that is the game week that you're building for. And then just go on to the matchups tab here. And then in the matchups tab, it will then show you this massive table, this big list of, which looks a little bit daunting actually, if you've never been on this page before. It looks like, there's loads of stats and there's just loads of colors coming at you. But it's actually kind of quite simple to read. And it's actually very, very helpful to help show managers like where are some of the better opportunities in a game week. So we'll go through this now. Listed 2 cards up now. Don't know if anyone will buy as a way just to discard them. So just sell them to a bot. Just sell if you don't sell them, because it's really difficult to sell on Sorare at the moment. If you can't sell them, literally just go to a bot like Basilbot or Ruv or Sir Hiss, and then what you can do is you can send them an offer, send a little bit of ETH or like money alongside the offer, to like 1p, for example, and then don't worry, you're not actually going to be sending that money, but you're just sending it along with the cards that you want to sell, and you have to send it to them against a specific card. The details of those cards are on their pages, right? So just go on to Sir Hiss's page or Ruv's page on Sorare, and then they'll usually have the instructions about how to do it, or they have it on their Twitter, and then you can just sell to a bot, and it just means you can get the deal done really quickly. Yeah. Right. At the moment, I kind of have a couple of teams for the midweek, but I'll be honest with you, I haven't really looked into the midweek yet. So I don't know whether my teams are any good or not, and I'm still trying to figure out whether whether I'm doing the right lineups or not. So let's have a quick scan of this at the moment. What you can see is that Fenerbahce are top of this table right now. And so why are they top of this table right now? And what does this table basically say? And the reason they're top is that they have the highest win percentage. So this table is always sorted by the highest win percentage all the way down to like the lowest win percentage. Now you can filter it and sort it depending on what you want to look for. So maybe you don't care about the win percentage. Maybe you care more about a clean sheet percentage. So then what you could do is you could then click on the clean sheet here, percentage, and it will then show you that actually Lille, according to the odds here, because all this data is calculated based off the odds, right? So the odds are set by the bookies, not by Sorare data, and they just use that information to then put together percentages. The highest, or the team with the highest chance for a clean sheet, according to the odds, is Lille. So if you had, or if you were looking for a goalkeeper for the midweek, then Lille, based on the odds there, might be an interesting option to look at, because they're up against KL Klasvik, who I'm not even really that familiar with, but they sound like they're an Icelandic team. Could be wrong there. And yeah, they're playing at home. You'd expect them to do quite well there. So yeah, maybe targeting the Lille goalkeeper here for a kind of a high chance for a clean sheet would be the play, right? But for now, we're going to keep it on. We're going to keep it on win percentage. Hey, free tip. What are the bots? Does anybody else find it cringe when Scott McTominay talks? Yeah, I do. I actually do. I'm glad that you said that, Arthur. I was thinking exactly the same. When Scott McTominay was doing an interview after he scored those 2 goals, right? Against, who was it against? It was against Chelsea, wasn't it? When he scored those goals and he was doing the interview, I was like, this guy maybe needs better media training. I don't know. The way he talks was, for me, I was also a bit like, oh, it's cringy. Yeah. And I actually felt like I was maybe the only one thinking that. So I'm actually quite happy to hear you felt the same. I like him as a player, but I just don't like the way he comes across on camera. Right. What are the bots? So Merlin Estate. Okay, so the bots here I'll give you a few, right? Some of the most common bots is this one here, Sir Hiss, right? So just type in Sir Hiss, you can find him here. So this is one of the bots there for you, right? Sir Hiss, the swap bot. And then the other one is Basil bot. Okay, so there's actually quite a few bots out there. This is not the only three that I'm going to give you. There's more out there, but these are pretty much the only three that I tend to use because I trust them. They're very trustworthy actually, and they're good accounts. They're good accounts. They have lots of cards available. They respond quickly, and their offers are pretty fair as well most of the time. So Basilbot's another one, and then the last one that I'm going to give is Ruv. Okay, so type in Ruv, and then, yeah, you'll then find Ruv here, and it kind of tells you here, like, how it works. So if you want to, for example, in Gunner's case, right, if Gunner, for example, wanted to sell the cards that he's selling, and he's not getting anywhere selling them, then what he would do, and please watch and listen up, Gunner, because I'm going to, or Gun, sorry, I'm going to show you right now. What you would do is you need to send an offer against the Fies Selemani super rare, right? And then in order for you to get that counter offer, you need to send a minimum of 1 cent or 0.0001 ETH, right? So that might sound a little bit weird, but I'm going to show you how to do it. You click trade, right? And then the first thing you do is you go and find the Selemani, right? So Fies Selemani, done. Right, that's what you need to do. Find the super rare. Find the super rare Fies Selemani for Ruv, but every other bot will be different. They won't have a Fies Selemani. I think Basil bot, you need to send it to the rare or the super rare Mbappe that he has, right? And I think Sir Hiss is another one. I can't remember which one it is for Sir Hiss, but they tell you when you go onto the page, okay? So then what we're going to do here, doesn't matter whether it's ETH or cash wallet you're using. For now, we'll leave it on the ETH here. And then what we'll do is we'll put as low amount as we can in there, like that, okay? So that's the amount that you should put in if you're using the ETH wallet. If you're using the cash wallet, then simply putting in something like that is also fine, right? So it's like 1 cent. And then what you basically do is you then say what cards you want to try and sell, right? So let's say, for example, I'm trying to sell Lee Young, which I'm not. And then let's say Yimichara, right? Put those two in, right? And then send the offer with those two cards with that kind of amount against the super rare Fies Selemani. Send the trade, right? Confirm. Then put your password in if you're like me and you haven't saved it, because I never save it. Okay, send it. And then what will happen is that within a few minutes, I think Ruv's a little bit slower than Sir Hiss and Basilbot, because when you send an offer to Sir Hiss and Basilbot in the same way, you pretty much get an instant response, like within 5 or 6 seconds, right? Ruv's bot takes a little bit longer because I think Ruv's bot will look at more data and it will do more checking before it then gives you like a counter offer, because that's basically what you're trying to trigger here. You're trying to trigger a counter offer so that then the bot will offer you money for the cards which you're saying, these are the ones I want to give you, right? So it's pretty cool. So in, I don't know, here we go, look. I was going to say in like a minute's time, didn't take too long actually. We've then got an offer. In fact, we don't have an offer because he's rejected it. So if you get like a rejection, it's because the bot either doesn't have enough money, which is not really the case here, I don't think, or they're not interested in the cards that you want to sell. So they don't want to buy those cards off you. So if you ever get that, don't worry. What you can do is you can just add different cards in there. So maybe if they don't want to accept those 2 cards that you were selling or whatever it is, just try different cards that you're selling, or just try a different bot. Because if this bot doesn't want those cards, then there'll be another bot, like maybe Sir Hiss or maybe Basilbot, will want to buy those cards that Ruv doesn't. And then what will happen is that if they don't reject it, they'll offer you a counter offer, and then the counter offer will then offer you cash or like a money amount, whether it be Ether or cash, right? For the cards that you just sent. So does that make sense now? Like for the guys in the chat that don't know, that haven't used bots before, like is that clearer? I mean, I can do like another example for you, like with BasilBot, for example. So it's the same principle, basically with BasilBot. And what's really cool is that BasilBot already gives you the card here, as in that's what you need to send cards against. So really easy. We just click on this one here because that's the one we need to do. We do trade, and then we basically have to put in a little amount. So we do like as low as we can, like that. And then what we do is we add in a card as well. So again, we'll just throw in like Lee Young. Well, not Lee Young. Let's throw in, I don't know, somebody a bit different. Let's throw in somebody like, who do we throw in here? Just trying to think of a card that he might be interested in. I don't know. Let's do Peter Mitchell and Peter Stojkovic, right? Like that. Okay, send those two. And then again, exactly the same principle, just send the trade like that. And then what you'll see is that BasilBot will come back to us pretty quickly. That was Rav. Let's just refresh the page here, right? And then BasilBot will either reject our offer pretty quickly or counter offer pretty quickly as well. We'll just wait a few more seconds. There we go. So we've already got like an answer and he's rejected it, which says that he's not interested in those cards that we're proposing. So this the only thing with the bot is that when you're sending these cards, they won't give you an indication as to like they don't like them or why they don't like them. It's still a thing in the game where sometimes you're just not really getting that guidance or that direction about what you need to do. So if they reject it, just assume that they don't want those cards that you're proposing, and then just try and send different cards instead. Okay? So hopefully that helps you guys in the chat who haven't used bots before. Because if you haven't used bots before, it's worth using them, because it's just so difficult to try and sell cards normally, especially if you're a budget manager and you have like budget players. I think this is the one big thing that seems to be overlooked at the moment. I think a little bit by Sorare is that if you are a budget manager, if you're operating at quite a lower level or the entry levels in the game, most of the time you're going to have like entry level players or like not the big hitting players, right? And so then those players are great to help you get used to the game and to slowly build your way up. But if you want to try and sell them naturally now in the game, it's almost impossible to sell those types of players, because if you're selling them, that player, there's often another 30 or 20 or so other managers that are still trying to sell that player, which then actually means that you can only really sell at the absolute bottom, and most managers are just not interested in buying a player at the bottom price, really. Right. Okay. Let's look at the game week now. Let's come off the bots now. Okay. Let's start with tomorrow's games. What games do we think are worth targeting here, guys? So chime in. You guys let me know in the chat which games you think are the big standouts here. Got Lens versus Sevilla, PSV Arsenal, Copenhagen versus Galatasaray, Union Berlin at Real Madrid, Inter, Sociedad, Man United, Bayern, which is horrible, Napoli, Braga, and Salzburg, Benfica. Let's start with these ones to begin with. We won't cover every game here on the stream, but we'll just try and target the odd few games that we think are big standouts. So what are the big standout games, guys? Frankfurt. We're going to come to Frankfurt later. Yeah, we want to talk about these games to begin with. So these Champions League games, I'm asking the chat what everybody thinks are the standout games here, the ones to target. I want to see whether the chat knows and whether the chat can make me think about a game that I wasn't thinking about. Munich, they can't be as bad as the weekend. This Man United Munich game is actually quite funny, isn't it? Because you've got both teams that suffered really bad losses, right, against teams that they shouldn't have. And so you've got both teams trying to almost bounce back. Bayern are going to bounce back, not Man United. Yeah. Munich, probably the only one, but they might rotate. Yeah, well, this is an interesting one because if we go on, it's a good point, by the way, because if we go on to Bayern here, they don't need to win this game, right? So even though they've just had quite a humiliating defeat against Frankfurt, and they will like to win this game just so that they can restore some confidence again with, you know, the fans and whatnot. They don't need to put their full team out for this one, do they? Which is nuts, isn't it? When you think about it, the Bayern could literally go to Man United and just put their B team out against Man United. Now, Man United need to win this game. And then they need to rely on something happening in the Galatasaray Copenhagen game, as in they kind of need to rely on basically one of them losing. But even if they do, like, it's going to be difficult for them, right, Man United? So, yeah, I think if Bayern could knock out Man United, it's quite a good motivation. But they technically don't need to put their full team out. So this is probably quite a good game, I think, to look at. But it's also a tricky one because I wouldn't be that sure who's going to play. I actually wonder, is the projection already up for this from the expert? Okay, this will be interesting. So at the moment, the expert here for Bayern is actually saying, like, the main team. So maybe that, you know, to be honest with you, can you imagine the disrespect if Bayern turn up to Old Trafford and they literally rest the likes of Harry Kane, Sané, Coman, Kimmich, like none of these guys play? Can you imagine that? I can't really imagine them doing that, to be honest with you. Because it's just a fixture that you almost want to play your best players because it's a good test. But yeah, if they play this team, then 100% I agree with the chat that this game here will then be amazing to target for Bayern Munich. Because at the moment, I don't think anybody in their right mind would back Man United to beat Bayern. I wouldn't back Man United to beat Bayern if Man United were playing really good all the time. So if they were not this inconsistent mess, which is what they are right now, if Man United was smashing it week in, week out, I still would not fancy Man United against Bayern. And I definitely don't fancy him here. So, yeah, Bayern would be a good one, but I think for a lot of you guys that are playing Sorare, this might also be a little bit out of reach for you because, you know, a lot of the Bayern players are really expensive. Like Kimmich is mad money, Harry Kane's mad money. I think how much is Kim? Kim's £25. Okay, it's not bad. How much is Neuer? Neuer's £50. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. I back Man United. Do you? Wow. Yeah, they do get quite a bit of money, don't they? Is it really 1.8 million for every group stage victory? It's a hell of a lot, isn't it? Hell of a lot, man. That seems like a lot. I mean, if it is, then I agree. I think they'll definitely want to just get the 1.8, isn't it? Especially that it seems like the way Man United are playing at the moment, that it'd just be easy money for them to earn, to win. And I think they'll want to win it anyway. Just not really for the money, but more just the fact that it was just probably so bad how Bayern lost on the weekend that I'm sure the manager, Thomas Tuchel, just really laid into him and was like, unacceptable, not happening again. So I'd actually expect, with their winning mentality, I'd expect Bayern to go to Man United and just want to right that wrong from the weekend to show that that was just a blip. That was a crazy blip. Wow. That's so much money, honestly. Group stage win. Technically, that should have been motivation enough for Man United because Man United are in mad amount of debt. So doesn't seem like they care though, does it? But yeah, Bayern Munich against Man United, I think that's definitely the one for sure. There'll be some good scores here on the Bayern side, not really on the Man United side, not at all. So if you've got the pockets for it, this is probably a really good fixture to target. If we go on to the if we go back onto the game week center here, what you'll see, they're not very high up actually, Bayern. Okay, because it's kind of considered. Where are they actually? Oh, they're really low. They're down here. Look, they're down here. They have apparently, according to the bookies, they have a 40% chance to beat Man United, which actually I think is really low. I think it should be higher based on how Bayern are playing, their team they've got, and how poor Man United have been. I wouldn't say that they have a 40% chance to win. I say they have a way higher chance to win actually than that. So I think that even though this table is really good, keep in mind that you will find these types of games that won't be placed as high, but will still offer that opportunity. PSV home Arsenal will play backups as top already. Okay, yeah. That's a game that I would avoid anyway. Even if they weren't, I would just avoid that because I just don't think that's a good game. I think this is a good game. Real Madrid, Union Berlin. So if we try and look at that one, I haven't looked at Real in a while. Real Madrid. Yeah, so Real Madrid, they also don't have anything to play for. And to be honest with you, I would expect a quite a heavily rotated team for this Real Madrid fixture against Union Berlin. Union Berlin, they need a win and they need to hope that Braga lose, right? So they can claim the Europa spot, right? Europa League spot. I don't think Union Berlin are going to do that good. And I think even the B team of Real Madrid would smash them. So there could be a good opportunity here for Real Madrid because if we go onto it, where is it? We go and find where they are. Yeah, Real Madrid here. If we were to look at this fixture, this could be quite a good opportunity to look at some of the Real Madrid players that don't get a lot of game time, like Joselu, for example. Like Joselu, honestly, Joselu, L15 of 38, and he's £4.64. He's going to do good. He should do really good against Union Berlin. I'd imagine he would. Doesn't play all the time, but in this game, I'd expect him to play. And I'd probably expect him to score quite well. So he could be a sleeper hit, Joselu. Yeah. Joselu could be a decent one here. Brahim Diaz, wow. Brahim Diaz at £10. So Brahim Diaz is a player that I've spoken about in the past before. And I spoke about him largely when he was at Milan. Because I felt that when he was at Milan, he showed sparks of genius, but he wasn't consistent enough. Since he's been back at Real Madrid, this is what he's been doing over the last 5 games. And this is what I was hoping that we'd see when he was at Milan. We weren't seeing that. Now we're seeing that from him at the moment. So if he plays, he could also do really well here. He's also not too expensive. The only thing is his L15 is quite high, but it's not high enough that you couldn't play him in Cap 270 or Cap 240. So Diaz is quite a good one. Danny Ceballos as well. Good shout there from Sopsy. Yeah, very good shout. So if we look at, where's he at? Ceballos here. Danny Ceballos, L15 of 30 makes him a big enabler for Cap 220 teams. And he is that type of player that can hit some mad scores when he's at it. Some really big scores there. Let's have a quick look at the projection. Because I haven't looked to see what the projection is for Real Madrid. Here we go. You've got Yosselu, yeah, it's good. Good shout, Yosselu. So yeah, Danny Ceballos, Lucas Vasquez, Nacho, that Fran Garcia. Fran Garcia has been mentioned here at 60%. What's the deal with Fran Garcia? How much is he? He's got to be penny, surely. Yeah, Fran Garcia is like £2.14. Under 23 left back for Real Madrid. If he was to start, this would be a really good enabler. But I think I would be a little bit reluctant. He could play, right? He's not played at all in the last three, and they don't need to risk main starters. But I think I'd feel a little bit more comfortable targeting somebody like Ceballos, or let's go back here to the prediction. Lucas Vasquez, Nacho, definitely Yosselu. Yeah. How much is Lucas Vasquez? You think that he'll start, do you, Majestic? If he does, it'd be really cool for him. Look at Lucas Vasquez. Lucas Vasquez is like £1.96. Oh my God. Insanely cheap. And he's got an L15 of 35 as well. There's quite a lot of Cap 220 cheat code potential here, isn't there? With the Real Madrid team. And then even someone like Nacho, who we were looking at too. Like Nacho's got an L15 of 39. Nacho was to play. He's £1.43 as well. I think the thing here, though, is that even though you could look at some of the defenders, this is a game for me where if I had to pick one player to target from Real Madrid, it would be Yosselu. So I think the way Union Berlin have been playing this season, they're just not that good defensively at the moment. And I would fancy like a proven goal scorer like Yosselu to actually get on the score sheet and maybe even get involved in 2 goals, because I think that Real Madrid are going to score 2 against Union Berlin, at least 2. Did not saw any notification on Discord or X. What do you mean? What about me going live? There is a notification on Discord. There isn't a notification on X, no. I can't do the notifications on X automatically anymore. I used to have it set up where as soon as I went live, there was almost like an automation, almost like a bot that would then post to X when I went live. And unfortunately, you can't do that with the Stream Deck anymore that I'm using. So I'd have to do it manually all the time, and it's just a headache to do all the time. Whereas, everybody knows that like I'm live 12 pretty much every day. Yesterday wasn't the case, but yeah, pretty much every day. Nicolas Paz could play. Yeah, Nicolas Paz would be a good one, wouldn't he? Yeah, Paz would be decent. Where is he at, Paz? Where's Paz? I don't know whether he would, but like if he did, that would be oh, there's no cards for him though. Look, there's no cards for him. So yeah, it's a bit irrelevant. There's no cards minute for this guy. Yeah. Another game that I think is a good one here is actually, funny enough, the Galatasaray versus Copenhagen game. It's a tricky one in a way because Copenhagen at home are pretty good. Galatasaray, I'd expect Galatasaray to get through on that one, though. I'd like to know where they're placed there. Let's have a little look. Well, don't see them at the moment. They're not that high. Copenhagen are actually higher than them. Copenhagen have a 35% chance to win, which indicates that Galatasaray probably have a lower chance to win. Where are they? Okay, they're actually higher. Yeah, Galatasaray have a 40% chance to win based on the odds. So that's a little bit interesting. Galatasaray, when you look at the opponent indicators here, the matchup indicators, they're not good. And then the opponent scores are also not great either. So I kind of thought, and I do think that this is a good game to target. But actually, as well, based on the stats here, it doesn't indicate so. By the way, FTS Cap 240 won me the threshold, but the Labrovich scored 0. Was so annoyed with him. After all, could win a tier 2 with Panda. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. Because, yeah, we obviously done a find, well, not a find a play, we've done a pick my lineup for Neighbor. So he kind of activated a free tip scout fund coupon last week, which you can activate in the second half of the stream. And he asked me to pick his lineup for him. So we put together a Cap 240 lineup for this weekend, and I ran through why I would pick the players from his gallery. And I said Labrovich, actually, because he just had a really good game on paper. So on paper, it was really good, but he had a shocker. I have to say, I'm really happy, though, that you still hit the threshold with a score of 0 from your goalkeeper, right? That's impressive. So that actually shows me that the team that you put together and that we also done was solid. That if you can hit threshold with your goalkeeper bombing on you, then we're doing the right things, man. So yeah, that's the way you got to look at it in a way. It's kind of annoying because if you had put another goalkeeper in like Panda, yeah, you would have had a cardboard. But the way you really got to look at it is you hit the threshold with basically 4 players, and that's pretty amazing. Right. Let's have a look at some other games here on Tuesday. We've got Huddersfield Town against Preston, Blackburn against Bristol City, Watford, Ipswich Town. That's a difficult one for both teams, really. Wouldn't even look at that game. Stoke against Swansea, Rotherham against West Brom, Sunderland against Leeds. Okay. As a general rule of thumb, you guys might not know this, but as a general rule of thumb, I don't tend to target championship players because it's the most competitive league, in my opinion, in the world, the championship. It's way more competitive than the Premier League. There's not a big difference between every team. Not really. And it is very much the type of league where literally anybody can beat anybody. It's that difficult. So when I look at games like Blackburn Rovers versus Bristol City, let's bring up the table as well in case you guys don't know what the championship looks like at the moment, right? Bring up the championship here. Yeah, I was annoyed for a bit with the player, but nothing I could do, and he's a solid goalkeeper. Yeah, he just had a bad day in the office, didn't he? That's it. So yeah, looking at this here, what you'll see was Blackburn. So Blackburn are there. Blackburn are going up against Bristol City. I do like Blackburn for this fixture, but this doesn't strike me as a type of fixture that you guys should be targeting because there's not a big difference between where they are in the table. I think at home, Blackburn have been okay, no? They've actually been very Jekyll and Hyde. They've played 10 games at home. They've won 4. They've lost 6. They haven't drawn any. Then Bristol City away have basically got quite an even record. So it's the type of game where you'd kind of look at it and say, I have no idea what could happen here. I'd like to think that Blackburn could win at home, but because of their home form so far this season, they could equally just lose, right? And so it's not the type of game where I'm expecting like the players from either team to kind of like really score well. Same for Huddersfield versus Preston, Watford, Ipswich. These are just games I'd avoid. Yeah, where is Sunderland? Where's Sunderland in the table? They're quite high up, no? Yeah, they're 6th at the moment. And then look, Leeds, Sunderland, just avoid, to be honest with you. West Brom against Rotherham. This is an interesting one. West Brom against Rotherham, you could actually argue is a good one to target. Now, because like West Brom are up here in 5th, right? Even though their form's been a little bit sketchy recently. But they're going up against a Rotherham team that are bottom of the league. They've only won 2. And they haven't won at all in their last 5. The only thing is, though, when we click on West Brom here, there's not a great deal of players that you can actually pick from West Brom. And there's probably not a great deal of players that's worth targeting. to be brutally honest. Daryl Dike is, in my opinion, one of their best players they've got, but he's injured at the moment, or he's not injured, but he's not ready to play football yet. This guy's okay. £1.50. It's actually doing okay, but like not amazing. Good for threshold. So not really sort of player I think you should be targeting. Look at Chalaba, should I say? Chalaba in goal. Obviously not correct. But yeah, not a player also that should be targeted. So even though this is actually kind of a good fixture for West Brom, you've got Sarmiento who's okay. You got Diangana who's in here. He's okay. Not amazing. There's no limited cards of him. He's had some good scores though. It's just, yeah, there's no players to really talk about. So, and a team without some of the key players struggled a lot. Yeah, they did, yeah. It looks like not having Smolcic and not having Jankovic kind of hurt them. But that's also a bit worrying, right? That if those two players aren't playing, I don't know if there was another player, key player that was missing, but I think the two main ones were Jankovic and Smolcic, who was suspended. Like, how can the team just like capitulate with those two players missing, you know? It was such a shocking performance. I couldn't believe it when I saw it, that they had lost. They'd conceded 4 goals at home against Slaven. Crazy. Oh, yeah, Salahi. Yeah, of course, Salahi. Yeah. How could I forget Salahi? I can't even use him right now in my teams because of this whole contractual situation. Yeah. Those counters were deadly to them. I haven't watched the highlights, but I'm imagining that that's how they beat them. I can't see how they're able to outplay a team like Rijeka without catching him on the counter. It's just not that good, really. Yeah. So for the games of Tuesday, I'd probably just avoid a lot of these unless there was a game that was placed quite high up from the Championship, which I don't think there is. No, I mean there's Leicester, but that's not happening on Tuesday. Yeah, for me, I think that's just an avoid those games there. Do you think it's a good time to build a Cap 240 rare at the moment? Yeah, I do. Absolutely. It's probably the best time to build a Cap 240 rare, neighbour. And then Club Brugge filed a complaint against the Belgian referees. What for? What? For the fact that they drew against Mechelen? Why did they file a complaint? I mean, who cares anyway, in a way? Like, they could file a complaint till they're blue in the face, right? It's probably not going to do anything, is it? I mean, I don't know whether the Belgian Pro League, whether they take those types of complaints seriously, but I'm guessing if they're just filing a complaint against a referee, it just sounds like sour grapes, doesn't it? To be honest with you, because they didn't get the result that everyone expected them to, and they're probably just looking for like an excuse rather than looking at themselves, I think. Clear onside goal denied due to human error. Okay, that's a bit different then. Yeah, that is a bit different. Yeah, I mean, if it's a clear onside goal, then they have every right to complain. Well, when you open it on second part, I will grab the build it like Barca. Oh, interesting. So we get to do a build it like Barca later today with Neighbour, where we potentially build his Cap 240 rare team, or at least one that might give him a big inspiration to go and build one. Right. Champions League, AFC Champions League. There are some great fixtures here, guys. Some really good fixtures. We've got Yokohama Marinos at home against Shandong, and we have Jeonbuk Motors against Bangkok United. These two fixtures here are amazing games to target. They really are. If we go back, let's go to Game Week 432. Let's have a little look here to see where they place in the table. Not as high as what I was expecting. Got to be honest with you. Let's have a quick look here. Let's find Yokohama first of all. Ah, okay. So this is why Yokohama, Marinos, and Jeonbuk Motors are not high up in this table. You can see that they're right down at the bottom, and they're down at the bottom because they have no odds at the moment that are being pulled in for them. So if there's no odds being pulled in for them, so that the tool can calculate like percentages, then they will just be effectively not applicable. And then you kind of have to use some of your knowledge to work it out. So this game, I can tell you, Yokohama Marinos, if there were odds being pulled in for this one, it'd probably be really high up. Really high up. Same for GM Motors. There's no opponent score here, but there are opponent scores for Yokohama Marinos. Let's look at the Marinos one. Nice catch. Yeah. Right, so Matsubara, really good player. Eduardo, fantastic. Anderson Lopez is good too. Anderson Lopez is really good. He's only £5.52. Look at the scoring that you get from this guy. He's only £5.52. Honestly, Limited is nuts at the moment. Limited is crazy. Look, this guy here is a £5.52 player, which, to be fair, his price is quite low because he just literally doesn't have any more games, really. His season's come to an end in the J-League, so he's just playing in the Champions League for now. But this is such a good player. He's started in 99 games, and he has, 56 goals and 11 assists in 99 games. And he's going up against a team that are really poor, who has an opponent score of 59. It's an L50 and a 52, which makes him a little bit difficult to play in Cap 220, although you could do it. Cap 240 is fine, and then Cap 270 is also fine. He's less than £6. Incredible. And the great thing with this player as well is that he has loads of high end. He can give you scores of 80 points or more because he's that prolific in front of goal. So a really good player to look at. I mean, to be fair, a lot of these guys are. Eduardo definitely is, but look at this here. There's so much value, honestly. There's so much value, guys, in some of these players. If you're just picking them up for next season, it's a really good time to pick them up for next season. But also, you could pick them up now, and then you could use them for the midweek, and they'll probably end up smashing big scores for you and helping you to some serious rewards in the game. Look at this guy. He's consistently delivering at the moment. Look, AA of 37, 49, 42, 23 here in a kind of a rare start. Then he's got, you go back here, look, 49, 31, 48, 34, 28, 38, 29. Absolute monster of a centre-back. Great player. Again, he's got an opponent score of 62, will score very good. Very good. There's loads of other players that you can look at. There's tons. Take your pick, but I think if I was going to look at two, it'd be Eduardo and Anderson Lopez. And if we had a look at the... Oh, we can't have a look at the projected lineups yet. Oh, hello. Neighbor, thank you so much for the sub, man. The Prime. Thank you for the 4 months. Really appreciate it, buddy. I don't know how many subs that takes us to, you know. How many subs are we on? We have a big goal on the channel. We're on 106 subs. We have a massive goal. We've got a lot of work to do to get there. We have a big goal to try and hit 500. If we do, we're going to do an epic giveaway on the stream. GM Motors is another game that you guys should definitely think about if you're trying to have a good go this midweek at doing well. Really good game for them on paper. Park Jin-seop, excellent player. Very good scorer in his AA. Can give you lots of high end, which he has done in the past. He has an AA of 22 over the past year. Doesn't do it all the time, and he kind of plays a little bit out of position because he's got a defender card, but he tends to play as a midfielder. So that's good, but it's also bad. It's good that he can get a lot more stuck in sometimes in the midfield, but it's also bad because him playing out of position sometimes means that he's not going to be getting as many defensive decisives like last man tackles or clearances off the line because he won't be that far back as a defender should be, right? So, yeah, I think Park Jin-seop's a good one here as well. How much is the goalkeeper? £14.
Here he is again.
Oh, wow, neighbour.
Absolutely world class.
Neighbour, you legend. Thank you so much, neighbour. Honestly. Thank you so much, man. Neighbour is gifted a sub to Majestic. So Majestic, you're now a sub on the channel, which means that you won't see any ads anymore. You can access the Discord. You earn free Tip Scout Fund coupons at a quicker and faster rate. You earn more of them. And you also can take part in giveaways that we do live on the stream starting from tomorrow. So yeah, pretty incredible, man. Thank you so much, neighbor. It really, yeah, Christmas spirit. Definitely. Thank you so much, man. Because the subs really help the channel to keep going. So appreciate it so much. Does anybody have this goalkeeper, by the way? Kim Jeong-hoon. He's been doing pretty well since he's been playing in goal. I don't think he's got as many clean sheets as what I would like him to have, but he's quite a consistently good scorer. Against this opponent, Bangkok United, I'd be really surprised if Bangkok United score. So again, he's another good option. Probably not for Cap, definitely not for Cap 220. Cap 240, you might be able to do it if you can then squeeze a low cost. Cap 270, you definitely can. He's an under 23 goalkeeper for another few years as well. He's less than £15, which I think is really good for someone that probably will keep a clean sheet. This guy here is also quite good. He's not been showing it as much recently as what he done from a few seasons back. But I quite like him. He's quite a good enabler with an L50 and a 42. So yeah, those are two good games I think are worth targeting. Guys, what other games do we think are worth targeting here? Let's talk about more Champions League again. So this is for the Wednesday games, right? What games here do you guys feel offer the biggest opportunity scoring-wise, where there's big mismatches and that one team could smash another team and that players from those teams could dominate then the leaderboards this game week? Like what teams and what matches do you think are the ones here? Because there's some interesting matchups, by the way. Really interesting matchups. Just whilst you're thinking about that, I am going to be back in 1 second, so don't go anywhere. All right, guys, we're back again. So I just asked a question to the chat before we just took a little pause there. And the question was, which games do we think are happening on Wednesday in the Champions League that actually look like good games to target? Now, I can see in the chat, Arthur says Newcastle at home against Milan. That's a bold one. For me, that would not be the one at all to look at. By the way, check Sorare now. Challenges are live. All right. Let's go back here. Wow. So, yeah, wow. Thank you, by the way, for that. So, we've just come back onto Sorare because Timbo said check Sorare, and we have 46 notifications in our lobby, which you can see here is related to a beta of challenges, okay? And then you've got this level system where, depending on how you do in the challenges, will level you up, almost like a progress bar of some sort, right? Now, maybe there's been an announcement. I don't know. Let's see. Before we start to dive into it, I wonder if there has been some kind of an announcement. There has been. Look at that. So, pretty cool. We can talk about this now live because it's just been released. So, a new feature, a really cool, hopefully, new feature. In principle, this is going to be really cool. And this is something that I've been wanting for a while. I want to have challenges. I want to have something in the game that keeps it exciting outside of the main game, right? And this is a way to do it. And so Sorare have just announced it. They've said introducing manager levels and challenges, introducing a new series of challenges and levels that set each manager apart, a valuable feature that will help point new managers to their next career step. Complete challenges, accumulate points, and see your manager level gradually increase, and then unlock exclusive cosmetics that tell the story of your unique Sorare journey. This is just the start. I hate it when they say that now. I feel like Sorare is saying that too often, and it's becoming, for me, a little bit cringy reading that all the time. We were just getting started. This is just the start. Being overused too much. Manager IDs are on the way too. Okay, cool. Let's go and check it out. Yeah, here we go. All right, cool. This sounds good though, no? Yeah, I know. This is just the start. They're always saying that, always, and I feel like it's so cool. If it is the case, right? But they say it so often now. I feel like the significance of it is being watered down. Right, these screens look pretty cool. Look at this. This is cool. I like that, but more than that, I like this here. That looks really cool. Now they did kind of sneak peek this. When was it? Like a few weeks back, to say that challenges were going to be on their way, and they did kind of give us a little sneak peek at how it looks. And this is cool. Let's have a quick read of it though. Please introduce an enhancement. Blah, 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 new challenges. This new feature replaces Manager Assistant. Oh, okay. So Manager Assistant is gone. The Manager Assistant wasn't there for very long, was he? The Manager Assistant, it's got to be one of the shortest, the shortest careers in football, the Manager Assistant. I think the Manager Assistant feature was there, and most people didn't even realize it was there, but like not very long. Anyway, he's gone. We didn't even have a chance to meet our Manager Assistant. He's gone already. I know, they got rid of him. Aims to provide an extra layer of achievement and rewards to your managerial journey. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Right, as part of this feature, you'll have access to a wide range of challenges from easiest to the most difficult. Challenges are based on your current game mode, scarcity competition, and the different skills a versatile manager must master. Key part of this update is to provide a more intuitive progression experience for new managers compared to the assistant manager feature. The assistant manager feature could have been really good. Again, it was another one of those features that Sorare thought it was a good idea, but then they never fleshed it out. So then actually it just ended up being there and nobody really knew. why the assistant manager was there. It looks like what the assistant manager wasn't doing anything at all. So another kind of failed idea, but it looks like they're resurrecting it in this challenges, right? Which is pretty cool. The beginner, common, and limited challenges offer an extended onboarding experience for new managers that we never had before. That's really good, because that's part of the problem when you join Sorare, is that it's often not very kind of clear what you need to do. And so helping new managers onboard better into the game by also giving them these little almost bite-sized or little milestones to try and complete is actually quite a cool way to help them learn the game as well. So cool. And then, right, unlock exclusive cosmetics and showcase your skills. This is going to be interesting. I would like to know what these cosmetics are going to look like, because if these are cosmetics which are on the same level as what we've got in the club shop, then it's not going to feel that great to get them. Like if they're kind of like this standard, then it'd be shocking. We're going to look at them in a minute though, but hopefully they're not like that. Hopefully they're actually designed properly. You can equip them as your club badge. Okay. So hopefully they're designed good, because then you can actually start to equip them as a badge. Doesn't sound like there's any Sorare coins to be won here. Yeah, no Sorare coins to be won. I say that's, at the moment, that's the only disappointing thing. There's no mention of Sorare coins, and I think it'd be quite cool to win Sorare coins, right? The in-game currency from achieving challenges like this. Maybe it's going to come in the future, but I would have just expected from the get-go that kind of, rather than winning cosmetics, or in addition to winning cosmetics, because there's nothing wrong with winning cosmetics, but when you've already got kind of a system in the game around coins, and we're being told that the coins are going to be quite central to where the game's going, then this could have been quite a nice way to tie this coins feature in with this brand new feature, which actually sounds really cool, rather than just unlocking badges, right? But maybe that comes in the future. Who knows? I'd like to hope so. Let's go down. We acknowledge the significance of your past triumphs. Therefore, we are backfilling managers' actions for challenges to ensure you receive due credit. Please note that the completed on date displayed reflects the day the challenge was claimed. Okay, fine. And then future enhancements here. Let's read this, right? So this update offers the foundation for upcoming updates that will unlock new ways for managers to build their profiles and club identities. So great. I was one of the biggest critics, right? And I actually got criticized myself a lot from people out there in the community. I was one of the biggest critics of the manager homepage when Sorare launched it, back in January. So 11 months ago, they launched a car crash of a page that basically was terrible, looked bad, really had no functionality, no use, no value to the game. It was like a placeholder, and it was like a beta. When it wasn't a beta, it was just a mess, and it sounded like they didn't know what they wanted to do with it. And they kind of launched it and then just realized it was actually crap, and that they then took the time to develop something better, which we kind of now have with this lobby design. But it also sounds like the My Club is going to be the new manager homepage 2.0. So manager ID is on its way. Manager ID, a representation of all your hard work on Sorare, is a customizable part of My Club that contains your club badge name, achievement stats, and more. Excited to share more when the manager ID is released within the next month. Okay, so it's not there at the moment. Alongside even more unlockable cosmetics. What's the I don't really understand the manager ID bit. I get it that it's going to be a representation of everything, right? But I don't know. It seems like not something to be excited about. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, but this is a good update. This is a good update. Guys, what do you think about this here? This update. And we're going to go into the challenges now. I have 46 to claim. Oh, here we go. Look, this is pretty cool. So introducing Sorare challenges here. Complete challenges to unlock badges, game manager points, and level up in the game. Let's go. Okay, and then it's going to tell me all the ones that I can claim. Now, I can't claim all of them in one go. Funny enough, look, for the beginner, we discover pro competitions, how our players scored. What are we supposed to do here? Are we supposed to just click on that? Oh, you are? Wow. Okay. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, it really needs a claim all, doesn't it? It needs a claim all. There's probably going to, to be fair, it's probably going to be after this, there's probably only going to be a few times where you can claim it, you know, one after the other. But initially, it's like, oh, I've got to claim all of these, right? One by one. A claim all probably would have been quite nice just to have, right? Somewhere, like a button. If you're wondering how to claim some of these, so I was thinking to myself, why, like for the beginner, do we not have everything to claim? Because obviously we're not a beginner anymore. It kind of, it's almost like a tutorial, right? This whole thing. So it said how a player scored, and I was like, well, what do you mean? You click on it and it takes you to the scoring matrix page, and then it kind of encourages you to read it and to get more acquainted with the scoring and how it all works, the ins and outs of it, right? And when you come back out of it, you then get the reward for it. So it's pretty cool. And then, for example, if we were to do this one, discover pro competitions, I'm guessing it's going to take us to the pro lobby. And then once we've got to the pro lobby, let's do it now. Oh, here we go. This is pretty cool. Look. Ah, that's really good. This is exactly what the game needs. It needs stuff like this, right? It really needed stuff like this for a very long time, and we finally get it. This is, I've been screaming for Sorare to do this for so long, and I'm so happy that they finally put it into the game. Because when you play a game for the first time, any type of game, you usually get these little pop-ups, right? They try and guide you and explain some of the basics of the game. And for the last 4 years or so, there's just not been any of that in the game at all. So you could start the game and then you have to figure it out for yourself, or you have to kind of go outside of the game and maybe watch a YouTube video or come on a stream here to understand some of the basics about the game. Whereas actually now in the game, it's educating you on the basics, which is what it should be doing from the very start. So really cool that they put this in finally. Really cool. Discover the pro mode, compete against Sorare managers, blah, blah, blah. Then you press continue. Okay, and it brings up the 2 of 5. Oh, this is so cool. This is really cool. It explains it. It says each scarcity, each competition has a specific entry. High card scarcities unlock new competitions. Really cool. Press continue. You already submitted your amateur draft team. Brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, really good. Because this lobby, I'm so happy about this, right? Because this lobby is just a nightmare to try and work out if you're new to the game. And what it's basically saying here is that you start at amateur, and then the next almost level after amateur is then kickoff. And then after this, it's going to tell us that after kickoff, it's going to be specialist. Then after specialist, we can then compete in some of the other competitions like All-Star. Let's see if it does that. No. It then tells us to play, and it tells us that we can win amazing rewards. All good. And then, yeah, perfect. Great. This is really cool. It was bugged. How was it bugged for you guys? What's it doing? Mine seems to be working fine. I think mine's working fine. Yeah, mine seems to be working okay at the moment. What's the ambassador? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, so this is all around, yeah, community stuff, bringing people on board, and just connecting with people, isn't it? How many referrals you've made and how many followers you've got, etc. Okay, fine. Yeah, so it is like a bigger incentive to try and get those referrals as well, right? So you can claim the manager points. You have to uncheck the recommended competitions on the common one. It appears bugged. Scout the market. Let's do this one as well. Wow, this is so cool. Because this is the sort of thing you get on Football Manager, for example. Because there's a lot to learn on Football Manager. So when you go on Football Manager, and if you've never played Football Manager before, imagine that in Football Manager, there's none of these prompts, there's none of these tooltips which come up to just explain some of the basics about how the game works. There's none of it. Right? Imagine if there was none of that, then Football Manager would be a really difficult game to try and wrap your head around. And it's really cool that Sorare are doing this now because it's hopefully going to help onboard and keep people in the game rather than people jumping onto the game and thinking, I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea how all this works. I've got no idea what I need to compete in. How do I get players? What's the difference between the different markets? And now they're actually explaining it in these really cool pop-ups, which are trying to direct and basically just educate. It's really cool. So access the market, continue. Best way to get started is to buy cards from other Sorare managers. That's an interesting one. That they're saying that the best way to get started is to not buy from the auctions. They're saying that the best way to get started in the game is to buy from other Sorare managers. Kudos to Sorare for that, because they could have used that opportunity to say that the best way to get started is to buy cards from the auctions market. They're not. They're actually trying to promote that people buy on the secondary market. Wow, that's pretty significant. FM is really complicated, yeah. Yeah, FM is really complicated. But imagine if you'd never played Football Manager before and you went to Football Manager, you loaded it up, and you basically had no tooltips, no of this kind of these pop-ups or anything to say, just to briefly explain what this does and why it's significant. And Sorare's been a little bit like that, where there's a lot to get your head around in Sorare, and yet they haven't tried to make it easier for people to learn who jump into the game new. They've almost just been like, this is the game, figure it out, right? And this is cool. This is so cool that they're doing this now. Hello to Madda. How you doing, Madda? You right? We're just running through. I don't want to imagine. Played FM 1 to 2 times. It was too much for me already with the help it offers. The help that they do in FM is a little bit overwhelming though, because the help in FM, because it's so complicated, you're kind of like, it will often give you about 10 or so different prompts, right? Different steps to kind of explain it. And there's a lot to wrap your head around. So it's good, but it's also overwhelming. I only have 1 followers, a bit short of 2,000. You better get yourself out there, Sopsy. But I feel like if they promote the secondary market, referrals need to change again then, in my opinion, because then you need to buy from the auctions. What do you mean? What do you mean, Timbo? Because the referrals doesn't need to change, because if anything, they should be what they should be doing here, if we're being honest about it, is they should be saying as a prompt that if you signed up using a link or a referral, then the best place to get started is on the auctions market, right? So that then you can get the credit. So they should be kind of saying that, but then they should also be saying, but you can also use the manager sales market to immediately get cards straight away. So maybe that needs to change a little bit, so that, yeah, if you do refer someone, then they know that they shouldn't be going to the manager sales market to begin with. If they're interested in getting that credit, they should be going straight to the auctions market. But it just goes straight into the manager sales. And then here we go. It's telling us we can search for a player on the manager sales, which we know. It's surely going to talk about the auctions as well, isn't it? Cards are worth money. Look at that. It actually brought up Alfie Doughty. Don't know why it brought up Alfie Doughty, but it brought up the legend Alfie Doughty. It says that they're worth money. This is how much you can buy them for. You can try to win one as a reward in Sorare competitions. And then once you decide which player you want to recruit for your team, you can buy the card here. Thanks for the training. Interesting. They didn't talk about the market. Maybe that's in a different. Maybe that's for Common Pro. I don't know why they wouldn't say that though. Yeah, they haven't said it. They haven't said it. Oh look, they say it here. Look, visit the auctions market and bid on a card. So it is there in the beginner section. So for the scout the market is very much focused on the manager sales, but then yeah, also scouting, you can scout on the auctions, but I just had it already done. So it would be a tutorial here. So it's actually okay the way they've done it. Did you already talk about manager levels? Just seen it now. Yeah, we are kind of talking about it now and we're looking into it. What's interesting though is that let's try and claim some of these, right? Let's try and claim some of them to then see what we can unlock. Because the one thing I'll say with this at the moment is that it's really cool and I like the look of it and everything, right? But it doesn't tell me what I can claim at each level. So at the moment, we're what? We're level 0. And it's a weird 0, by the way, that one. So if we claim this one here, okay, so we get a new badge for just going up a little bit. And that looks pretty cool, actually, right? Okay, so after every level, I'm guessing we then get another cosmetic, right? Hold on a minute. Oh, okay. New badge unlocked? This is going to be really tedious if we unlock a new badge every time we claim something, though. What? Okay, so we level up. So that's what the level up looks like. So we're now 1 and what? 1 and 2/3 in. Claim this one. New badge unlock because it's the 6 out of 10 or whatever, the 5 out of 10 badge here. We also level up here. When do we start unlocking the cosmetics though? This is the problem that I have with this, right? This is cool. This is cool, right? But you should be able to see, I think, like when can I unlock something significant? And you can't see that. And that's actually, if you're going to do like a progress bar or something like this, then you need to also show like the stuff that people want to try and aspire to, right? You can't see it. We're just going through this here. Let's claim that. Level 100. It better not be level 100 just to get a freaking club badge, right? Like a cosmetic club badge. Yeah, exactly. Have small icons underneath it, or you can then click on the level bar here, and maybe you click on the level bar, and then it brings up like a little pop-up that then shows you like vertically or horizontally, depending on how you want to do it, like all the levels and like what you can get at each level. So maybe our first cosmetic, we unlock at say level 10, but we can't see it. But if we were able to click on this bar here, it would then be able to show us, and we could scroll through all the levels, right, to see what we get at each level or what level you need to get to unlock like a reward, right? So that's my big feedback here. I think this is great. I love it. But I think Sorare have just missed a little thing here where they need to show people like users, like, okay, level 4, what's the significant level I need to get to before I can get one of these cosmetics? Because that's kind of what you want the focus to be on, right? It's like, it's all very well claiming this, but I'm claiming it to get a cosmetic as well. But when do I get the cosmetic? I don't know. And what type of cosmetic is it? So yeah, definitely feedback that I'm going to give to Sorare. I think this is great. It's welcomed, but they've just missed out there a little something. They've missed two, the claim all for one, and also yeah, this level up is kind of cool. Claim again. So our badges change a little bit. Is this actually the badge? Is this the badge that we can use? Let's try it. Hold on. If we go into my club here, is this the badge? Okay, this is the badge, isn't it? Okay, so now I get it. Right. Okay. So basically, that's why there doesn't need to be. Because as soon as you complete all this, your badge is going to change. So we know that when we do all of the 10 here, our badge is going to go to Common Pro, this one. And we're one short of this one. Okay. I'm with it now, I understand. That wasn't super clear to begin with, but I get it now. Yeah. Whoa, what have I tuned into? Anyway, how you doing? Hello to Griff Dog. How you doing, man? We're just exploring the new challenges feature which Sorare have introduced into the game, which I think is great because it gives a bit more gamification to the game, where you know you're not just trying to put together winning lineups, but you might see a challenge here, maybe in what? Let's go into Limited Pro. You might see a challenge where, for example, yeah, you've got to score at least 300 points on 5 different occasions. So then you're thinking, okay, I need to try and I'm one short. I need to try and get a team going that can give me 300 points to then claim that, right? To unlock that. So this is pretty cool. Let's try and claim all of these. This is going to be annoying though. We can click to skip, which we're going to do. We're going to skip all of these ones here. They really need to have a claim all button here, don't they? Surely. We're up to level 22 already. Okay. Do it. What? How is that not going up anymore? Okay, it is. Okay, fine. What levels are people at? I'd love to know what levels you guys are at if you've been claiming all your stuff. So we've now got a Common Pro badge, right? Which, you know, if you're into your badges, you might like it. Level 33, level 34, 33, 35, 33. Okay. So yeah, we've got this badge now. Let's actually see what level we can get up to. Probably the same, right? So Limited Pro, claim, skip that, claim, skip, claim, skip, skip. Skip that one. We've got Rare Pro to claim. Okay, skip, skip. It's a little bit tedious to do this one, actually. This is where it really there needs to be a button for claim all, right? Because let's say you might be one of those managers that doesn't want to claim them one after one. You might just want to claim them all in one go. Doesn't need to be a button here. Maybe underneath it. That just says claim all. And then it just does all this animation in one go. Okay. And then collector, let's claim these as well. Claim. I don't think I am going to be. I'm not going to be 40 or whatever. Hello to FIFA. How you doing, man? It seems like a lot of you guys are kind of mid-30s, which is what I think I'm going to be as well. But not really going up too much at this level now. Look, 34, close to 35. And then ambassador level. Oh, wow. We jumped up quite a lot for the ambassador bit. Are we gonna make it to 35? We do. We make it to 35. I don't think we can make it to 36, though. We're going to be just a little bit shy of 36, I think. Oh, no, here you go. Level 36. Yeah, it really slowed down, didn't it? we were doing amazing. This is quite a cool little badge to have, though, this one. I'm basically 4 referrals short, and then I'm nearly 1,000 followers short as well. There's a little bit more of an incentive, right, to kind of get more people following you on the platform. Before, it was a bit meaningless. Like, if you had 10,000 followers on Sorare, it didn't mean anything at all, not really. But at least now it kind of helps you unlock this this pretty cool badge, right? It's not too bad. Collector. Rank first in 3 different albums that have at least 100 participants, rare or higher. God, that's going to be a difficult one. You get 20,000. What's the MP? Like, what's the MP? Manager points? Manager points, right? 20,000 manager points. That's a lot. Like, if you got that one, that would boost you up massively, wouldn't it? 20,000. There's no way to see how many points you are away from the next level. That would also be quite a nice feature to have. So not only just to claim all, and not only also kind of just making it a bit clearer that once you unlock all these, you then get the badge, but kind of knowing how many points you are off from the next level. Because then if you know how many points you are away from the next level, if you were really into it, you could think, okay, I'm going to try and, like, if I was, say, 20,000 away from the next level, I might be like, okay, this gives me 20,000, so why don't I just try and just become the top collector, and then I can just immediately jump up to the next level. But you can't really, it doesn't tell you, does it? Are you top 5 in a rare collection? What? No, I'm not top 5 in a rare collection. No, I don't think so. Am I? Don't think so. No. Well, I am, but not where there are like at least yeah. I'm first for Gaziantep, but I don't think there's like 100 participants in it, and you have to be ranked. Well, for that one, you have to be ranked. Look, first, and it has to be at least 400 participants, and there just isn't. For the Gaziantep one, look, this one here, we're actually first at the moment, but if we go on the leaderboard, I don't know how many there are on the leaderboard. Can't believe there's not 400. Well, no, there isn't. Look, there's 177. Yeah. It's funny, I wasn't trying to collect Gaziantep, but as it's turned out, I kind of have been inadvertently. So I might continue to kind of collect them. It's not high on my list of things to do. Yeah. This is cool though. I really like this. This is really cool. I like the look of it. I like the interface. It's all very good. Got no points from unique, of course, or super rare. So that's like the next thing for me. I think the points you get for... I think the points you get for the super rare should be a lot higher than this, really. I think if you're competing in super rare, you probably want to get more than 200 points to progress, right? Free Tip Scout, FIFA said you can see the level points on my club page. Can you really? Let's have a little look then. Oh, you can. So you can. Yeah, very good, man. Very good. They need to have that there in the main bit as well, though, no? It's cool that you can see it here, but why, like, why would they not have that there also showing there? That's weird, no? It should be there as well. It's cool though. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. How am I supposed to complete common challenges if I cannot participate to those competitions? It's kind of a good point. So you mean this one here? Yeah. So, that's actually a really good point. That if you now have more than 10 like cards, you can't complete these, can you? You can't complete them. That's unbelievable. That's definitely an oversight. Or maybe Sorare have a plan to launch a common competition so that then guys can complete it. But you're right. You're absolutely right. That now the amateurs are closed off. You can't do this, right? It probably would have been. I'm sure now that they've launched this, I'm sure that they are going to have some type of a common competition where everybody can compete in it. Because imagine all the guys that have been playing, right, for time and time and time. They won't be able to do this unless they sell all their cards. What if you have like 100, 200 cards, right? I mean, you could argue they probably don't care as well, but if they Sorare then further down the line incentivized like some kind of a reward or something you got for the highest manager level, then obviously people are going to be annoyed because they won't be able to get the points from this one. But it's a good point. Really good point. Yeah. Yeah, very much it seems like it's been made for new users. But the thing is with challenges is that when you make challenges, any type of challenge, you need to make it for the user, not just for new users, right? So they probably need to think of a way where they can let existing users kind of claim this, right? Or try and complete this, you know? I don't know how they're going to do it, but they should really try and figure that out. Exactly. Sell the gallery to Pavel just to get that common badge, right? No, I think in the future there has to be some type of a league or something where everyone can play in it. And maybe there needs to be like, this is quite a cool thing, right? Maybe there just needs to be a common league, right? This is an idea that I've had. Maybe there just needs to be a common league where everybody can play in it. It doesn't matter how many cards you've got, but you're playing in it for the Sorare coins. So it's just a common league. You just put in whatever, and you're just playing for common coins, right? That would be okay. That would be fine because then people could complete it. You know, if you were looking to try and boost your common coins or your Sorare coins, sorry, maybe before a drop, and you could go in it a bit harder. And if you actually done really well in it, there'd be a huge amount of Sorare coins to win, right? So I think that's what I would like to see in the future, like a free-to-play common competition where you can just win Sorare coins in it. Does it also teach the game as well? You know, a little bit. Coins and podium merchandise. Yeah, even better. So coins, but then if you kind of got on a podium, you'd be able to win some merchandise, like maybe a hoodie like this here, right? Maybe a Sorare hoodie, or maybe like a Sorare bag or something else, right? Some kind of merchandise, maybe a Sorare mug. Doesn't really matter, I guess, what it is, because it'd be free to play. But just getting on a podium to get that merchandise would be really cool. One where you have all cards available, one with caps, etc. Yeah, I agree. I'm understanding what are these challenges for? Purely cosmetics. Yeah, at the moment, purely cosmetics. Yeah. So when you unlock all the challenges and you do them, you basically get these badges here, and there's different badges at each level. You know one thing I'm gonna say. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, right? The beginner badge. So we're just talking about the common badge, right? The common badge, in my opinion, is actually worse than the beginner badge. So the beginner badge is actually better than the common anyway. So if you don't have the common, doesn't really matter. But obviously it just means you can't get higher up in level. But there's nothing you get at the higher levels anyway. It's more just like a bragging right thing, isn't it? Like the limited badge is okay. They're all kind of pretty much the same, apart from they're just changing color, right? The super rare is different though. Super Rare's a little different. Super Rare, what's that about? How bizarre is that? These badges are so bizarre that the beginner badge has the Sorare logo on it. So does the common pro. There's the Sorare logo. The limited one has the Sorare logo. The rare has the Sorare logo. The super rare doesn't. And then the unique doesn't. And the unique kind of looks shitty, no? Unless, like, once you unlock it, it then changes the look of it. But if you just get that, it's surely not that, is it? Is it literally... It can't just be that. It's got to be something different, isn't it? Don't think you see the super rare badge as you haven't unlocked it. Yeah, I'm hoping that you don't... I don't think you do get that, right? It's got to be something that once you do all of it, then it unlocks and it kind of looks a bit more like that. But just blue, and then maybe this one's also kind of the same as the rare, but then it's black, right? I've unlocked a couple of super rare ones, but it's still black. Yeah, I think it does change then to blue, doesn't it, when you unlock it? Beginner badge has the same kind of vibe as a rookie card. I actually like that. I think the beginner badge looks quite cool. Got a nice little sheen to it. I like this one too. I like the ambassador badge. I think that looks really cool. It's interesting because the ambassador badge, it kind of... The ambassador and the collector badge, it shows you what they look like, even though I haven't claimed them all. And what FIFA was saying, that he's actually unlocked a couple of the super rares, but it's not showing the super rare badge. So these ones here, you can see, even if you haven't claimed all of the challenges, right? So we just got 7 out of 10 and 7 out of 10. But then these ones here, even if you do claim a few of them, you still won't be able to see that badge until you unlock them all. Thanks so much, Topsy, for jumping in. Really appreciate it, man. And then this is just a kind of the notification, isn't it, to talk about the challenges. Really cool. Really cool. I've wanted this for a while. I think this is a good start. I would like to see different challenges as well. So just as an example, you've kind of got, let's just look at rare, where it talks about score at least 250 points on 5 different occasions in rare competitions, right? This is cool. There's nothing wrong with this at all, and I like these types of challenges. But what I would also like to see, and maybe this needs to be a game mode, right? Rather than like a mode where it's like almost like achievements. So maybe it needs to be a game mode. Because I'd love to see vastly creative, really creative and challenging challenges. So, for example, you could have a challenge where in a game week you need to hit the threshold, but with only 4 players that score points, right? Or maybe you have a challenge where you have to score less than. You have to score less than, say, 250 points or 200 points with 5 players, right? It's almost like a reverse scoring challenge where you then have to pick players that don't do that good, which would be weird, right, to do. But I'd like to see those types of almost like squad building challenges that come to the game. And so maybe they will in the future. This is a good step towards that because I think that would make the game really fun and really exciting and different if you had lots of different squad building challenges or game week challenges as well. Because these are just challenges in general, but I think having game week challenges would be fantastic. It'd keep the game so nice and fresh. And yeah, even if you're having a shocking game week, for example, where things aren't going right for you, you might actually still do quite well in a game week challenge that could then give you something. So yeah, let's hope it won't be like Foundations of FIFA and it will have some updates every month or something. Yeah, I hope so. I hope that the team will build on it and I'll make challenges a game week thing as well, or like a squad building thing. There's different types of challenges you could have. You'd probably argue that a trading challenge probably isn't the right thing they could do because it's actually real money, isn't it? So I don't think they could do anything like that. But they could definitely do like squad building challenges, game week challenges. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, so Guys, overall thoughts on the challenges here, just before we kind of move it on. Good, bad. Does anybody not like it? I kind of feel like this is, generally speaking, a win all round, right? It seems like a win all round. I just think that there's probably a few things that they could do. So I'll give them some feedback. And guys, do let them know, Sorare, your feedback too. So go on to their Discord or go on to your Sorare page here and then just find this announcement and then just give your feedback here because they will always read it. So if you like it, great. Tell them why you like it. If there's things you don't like about it, say that too. And if you've got any ideas for improvements or things that's missing from it, then let them know too. Because I think, like, for example, the claim all. I think the claim all button should be there rather than having to claim all. So that's something that I'll be suggesting to Sorare. And I also think it's pretty cool that you can see when you go back to the My Club, you can see how many points away you are. But I think that should just be the sort of information that you can see kind of here as well, maybe on the main page, and also just see it everywhere. So let them know your thoughts, your ideas, your suggestions. Something I won't pay attention to tomorrow in its current state, but no downside. Okay, fair enough. Nothing in the club shop today. Well, that's an interesting one because usually every Monday, Sorare are dropping something in the club shop. I'm wondering if they are going to do that because they have proposed a new system, haven't they? But I don't think they've worked out the new system yet. So yeah, I think maybe we don't get anything in the club shop whilst they're still working out how they do the raffle. They could do it without the raffle, like the way they've been doing it, but now they've kind of talked and they said that they're going to move to a new raffle system. Then I think people just want to see that raffle system in place as soon as possible, right? But yeah, I don't think we'll get anything in the club shop today. FTS, are you going to do an MLS scouting stream? Yeah, we are going to do one. We'll do one this week. I don't think it'll be an MLS scouting stream. It will be like an America scouting stream. And then we'll spend a big portion of that time on the stream, like focusing on MLS. But we're going to cover MLS. We might as well cover America, which is a big stream, right? But I think we can kind of, we can target it pretty well. All right, let's get back to the game week here, Centaur. We were talking about a few games here to target. So, what games really are there? I mean, Man City, it's always quite a good one to target, no matter who they play. I don't trust Barcelona at the moment, given that they're in poor form, but they should get the job done against Antwerp. These are kind of fixtures that don't really appeal to me, I'll be honest with you. They are good fixtures to watch, but from a Sorare point of view, these are not that attractive. Winterthur versus Zurich is not a good one either. I think that's a little bit too tricky. Yeah, I wouldn't focus on that. And then we talked about the Championship. So Leicester City against Millwall at home, that is a good one. I think that's a good one for Leicester. And Leicester City players in general are just good to target. Like, how much is Dewsbury Hall at the moment? But Dewsbury Hall is about £30, which is expensive in my opinion for limited. But if you are competing in limited and you want to have a good go at doing well in limited, then he is exactly the type of player to target. And with a home game against Millwall, Millwall are not super easy, but they're also not in good form at the moment. You've got FaZe in there. You've got James Justin, who's quite cheap, actually. James Justin's about £7, and he's a good scorer in the game. Look, consistently giving you scores of 60 points or more. Really good. I think he'd do well in this game. Good old Norton Cuffy's in there from our Luton to Legend. And then how much is Winks? God, Winks is, wow. Winks is £9.51 average, but then he's £27.91 on the market. And he's got that good level of scoring at the moment now. Yeah, Ricardo Pereira is a cheap one, definitely. I think if I was going to, the only thing I'd say is that I think if I was going to spend £8 though, I wouldn't spend £8 on a Ricardo Pereira, right? I'd spend £8 on a James Justin, who's way cheap, like way, He's cheaper, first of all, and he's younger, and he offers just the same level of scoring, just as good. That's why I kind of feel like Pereira's fine. I actually think Pereira's a little bit too expensive. And his L15 is also kind of a bit tricky because he's got an L15 of 60, whereas James Justin has an L15 of 55. Only 5 difference, but that 5 difference is huge in the cat modes, right? Yeah, how much is Ndidi as well? Okay, Ndidi's got an L15 of 60. Wow. He's excellent too, though, because he can hit you scores of 60 points or more without decisives, which is pretty cool to have. It seems like Dakar is finally playing. I like Dakar. I'm not too convinced on him at the moment. Like, there is a good player in here. A very good player, but him playing at the moment's fine, but with him, I would never really feel confident that he's going to be playing consistently and long term. And when you look at his playing time, it has kind of indicated that even when he gets a run in the team, it's usually not for very long. So, yeah, if he can continue this, it'd be a good option to start to look at. But I do worry whether he can continue it. A good game, though. A really good game. Funny enough, I actually just picked up a rare card of Billy Mitchell. I bought him the other day. Was it yesterday? I think I bought him yesterday. Yeah, I bought 2 days ago. I bought the rare card of Billy Mitchell 2 days ago. Not for this Leicester game, but something that's a really good. So this is a really good tip for you guys to get into the habit of. Is that, let me just show you. Let me bring up. Here we go. Let me show you. So something that's a good habit to get into is to already start to plan ahead for the next weekend's game week, when the current game week, the live game week, is kind of in effect, right? So what I mean by that is that if I look at my Cap 240 rare team, right, my Cap 240 rare team might hit the threshold tonight. It might miss out, right? So I'm already thinking that it's going to miss out, which is going to be kind of annoying because I want to try and hit the threshold as much as I can, right? So then what I was thinking was, well, like, what would be my options next weekend if we miss out on the threshold this weekend? And one of the things that I looked at is that when I went into the lineup builder here, and then I looked at game week 433, right? So game week 433, I was looking already at my rare team a few days ago, and I was thinking, wow, okay, if I wanted to play Hervey Kofi, I'd put him in there. If I wanted to play Smolcic, if I wanted to play, say, Luke Browers, for example, if I wanted to play Indrit Tucci, I was like, wow, I'm only going to have about 34 left over, and I don't have 34, like a 34 costing player that I can slot into this type of team, which is probably the team that I want to play next weekend. I've got like Vimmer who's injured. I've got Hugebert who's injured. Mollon's injured. Dyke's injured. Basically, everyone that I wanted to play was kind of injured that I could fit into this team. So I started to think, well, I need to go out and probably get somebody to just give me another option, a low-cost option in midfield. And I was like, well, Billy Mitchell's got a home game against Huddersfield next weekend. I like Billy Mitchell anyway, and he's also just really cheap, and he has that kind of level of scoring. So his L15 is quite low at the moment, but he has that level of scoring. Not amazing, but he can kind of give me like a score of around mid-50s, which will then probably be able to help me get to the threshold. So I went out and bought Billy Mitchell for next weekend, but he can help me long term. Hello to Nico. How you doing, man? I had 25 points over and bought a player to fit in. Now I need him to score 35 points to hit the threshold. I think you're going to do it, man. I think that's a certainty now, isn't it? You're going to hit it. I just left an hour ago to run some errands. Now I'm back. So what did I miss? Well, we just spent the last half an hour talking about challenges. So if you don't know, let's refresh the page here. Challenges have just have arrived in the game. So you can see challenges are here. well, you can see a level bar here, and then you can see challenges is here. And this is a cool feature in the game where you can claim manager points based on doing certain things in the game. And then those manager points will contribute towards a leveling system. And then you can basically unlock these badges here, depending on how much of them you complete. Okay. There's no Sorare coins at the moment you can win from it. There's no cards. There's no like proper rewards or anything like that. It's more just, at the moment, just unlocking these cosmetics, which I think is a cool
to the real world
additional feature to the game. Hello also to Arby's. Thank you for the follow and welcome into the channel, man. Am I the only one who still has no rivals link? Do you not have a rivals link? Seriously? Wow. I mean, I have actually got, I think I have a rivals link to give everyone. I'll do it now. So if you're on the stream right now and you're looking to play rivals, then you're literally going to need to click the link that I'm going to put into a tweet in a second. I'll invite you guys to, oh, this one here, look. Man United versus Bayern. That's a good one to invite people to, isn't it? All right. So I only get one invite link. So if you're in rivals, you can only invite one person. Just to make it fair, every Monday, I'll send out a link on Twitter. I'll send a post out on Twitter, and then that will have a link, and you need to click on it, and then that's the invite. And then I get a new invite every week, right? So we're just going to do the lineup for Man United Bayern. Let's just do whatever. It doesn't really matter. I'm not playing rivals, so if you want to play it, I'm happy to help you guys play it, but it's not a mode that I enjoy, so I don't take it seriously at all. Let's put him in there like that. Doesn't really matter. You can tell I'm so disinterested with this. I'm not even really paying attention. And let's just do whoever here like that. We can change it if we want it to be a bit more seriously. Let's just do whoever here. It doesn't really matter. Do that. And then no, continue without upgrade. Right, cool. So what I'll do now, I'll send the invite out. We'll send the invite out. Okay, so this is the invite, and I'm literally going to send it like now. So if you are looking to join rivals, then you need to click that invite link pretty quickly. Okay, so let's type this in here. There we go. That's a little arrow there. Right. You guys ready? It's going live on my Twitter. So if you don't know my Twitter and you want to get involved in it, then this is my Twitter right there. There you go. That's my Twitter right there. I'm about to send this out. So fastest finger first, unfortunately. There you go. You want to jump in? That is the link right there. Click on it and you'll be able to get involved on Sorare Rivals. Cool. All right, let's go back to, what I was saying. So it's always really a good practice to be thinking ahead to the next weekend. And obviously in my situation, I was looking at my Cap 240 rare team next weekend. And I was thinking that realistically, I do want to play these 4 players. But then if I do, I don't have anybody. So I went out and I done a bit of scouting. And I thought, well, you know what? I probably need like a low L15 young under 23 midfielder. Because in my gallery, I didn't have until I got Billy Mitchell. I didn't have a load of under 23 rares, like midfielders. And so he just gives me an extra option now. So now we've got 4. We've got Vimmer, Kadri, Marco John, and now Billy Mitchell. So always think ahead if you can. Right, back into the Game Week Center. So Leicester City versus Millwall, a very good one to target. QPR Plymouth, not so much. Middlesbrough versus Hull, not so much. Okay, let's do the last day. Right. Any good games here, guys, you think, that are, you would say, good games to target, and then we'll talk about them on the stream, and I'll let you know whether they're good or bad. Like, what games do you think are good targeting here, guys? Genk, yeah. Majestic says Genk, I agree. That's a good game to target at home against its opponent. It's a good team to target in general because they have really good players like Federa, Kayembe, Van der Voort, who's actually, if you don't know, he's joining Red Bull Leipzig in the summer. He's actually leaving Genk in the summer at the end of the season. You've got Munoz, who's decent. Carlos Cuesta is a good under-23 defender. Really good team to target. I'm a big fan of this guy, Federa, who's, I think, struggled a little bit since he left Zulte Waregem and he's joined Genk. He's not quite got the game time and the consistency of play that I was hoping for, and I think owners were hoping for. But he's a good player, and he can do well against this opponent. Fenerbahce, Celtic. Oh, that's not one for me. I don't think Celtic are one to target at all at the moment. I think Celtic have been struggling recently, and I wouldn't trust them in that game. Fenerbahce, yeah, okay. Fenerbahce against Spartak Trnava, sorry. That is a good one. Let's talk about this game, because I think also when we look at the Game Week Center, Fenerbahce is the team that's right at the top. Look, in terms of win percentage, Fenerbahce are head and shoulders the team to target if you're looking for one of the biggest mismatches this week. They have an 83% chance to win. They have a 60% chance for a clean sheet. They have a 60% chance to score 3 goals. They have a 3% chance for the opposing team to score 3 goals against them. It's a huge mismatch, really. And you're right. This is a great opportunity for any Fenerbahce stacks to smash it. They've got insane players, Fenerbahce. So no matter who they go up against, they usually do pretty well. This man here, Tadic. Tadic is only £33. You kidding me? Tadic is only £33. Like, what the hell? Honestly. Tadic has been, for the last 3 years or so, Tadic has been, hands down, one of the best ever players on Sorare. Hands down. When I joined Sorare, there were essentially almost like there were like 5 players that ideally were like top end. That if you could get them, you should get them. Like, one of them was Mbappe. The other one was Messi, of course. The other one was Kimmich. And then the other one was Tadic. So having Tadic usually meant that you could win off all the time in Sorare. And it was mad expensive. Now he's only £33. Incredible. And against this type of opponent, Tadic could easily, and I'm telling you now, Tadic could easily score 100. Easily score 100 against this opponent. Insane. Vanaken as well, yeah. Vanaken was the other one. It was basically like Vanaken. It was like Vanaken, Messi, Mbappe, Tadic, and then Kimmich. If you had those 5, or if you had one of those 5 players in Sorare, there were more as well, but generally speaking, like, those 5 were kind of considered like the players. Also Tony Cruz as well. Tony Cruz 2 years ago in Sorare was like mental. He was hitting like hundreds every single game. There was a lot of players, to be fair, but when I was playing the commons in the old format in Sorare, basically I used to play Tadic in the old format of commons, and I used to have him as the captain every single week because I knew that he was going to be hitting 100s pretty much every single week. and it was just a no-brainer. So yeah, Tadic at £33 is a crazy bargain. Szymanski's also, look, Szymanski, who I love, by the way, I think he's great. Szymanski's more than Tadic, which is nuts. And I get it because he's younger. He's younger. But I think if you gave me an option, I would probably pick Tadic over Szymanski. £44 on the market. Who's kind of a cheap option here? How much is Livakovic is 52. Okay. What's the play sharper saying for this one? Okay, we don't see anything at the moment. It's not that one, is it? Sorry. Yeah, I can't see any projections for now. I'm so sad because he was like £100, 100 plus a bit ago. He was, yeah. We were talking about Tadic before the start of the season, and we were saying that Tadic at £50 was a steal. Tadic at £50 was an absolute steal. And I was gutted in a way that I didn't pick him up for £50. Now he's 33. I'm like, wow. Now, if I was still playing limited, if I was still investing in limited, I would buy a Tadic for like 30 quid. I would. But you guys know my position on this, right? For me personally, I am not seeing the return on investment or the enjoyment as much as what I want to from playing limited anymore. Just because of the fact that some of the best players like the Tadic's are so much cheaper now that it means that the level that you need to start really doing well in limited is pretty insane. And as that happens, it also means that those great players then are not so great anymore because everybody can afford them. So basically, the luxury players are commodities then. And if you're a commodity, you're really cheap and your value effectively is diminished, right? And so, yeah, which means that not only the value that they have in the game, but also the value financially of the card goes down. So that's why I'm kind of at the moment limited. I'm not spending any more on limited. And it's a shame in a way to see someone like Tadic, who's still a really top scorer in Sorare. You can see that from his level of scoring here. This points totals here, 81, 70, 82, 78, 75. This is the kind of level that you need to be targeting Sorare. But there's 911 of these cards out there. And you can easily get involved in this player now for about £30, which, to be honest, is kind of too cheap, really. Yeah. The old form of commons was so fun, collecting new ones game week after game week, and at some point being able to put midweek lineups in and get closer to limited rewards, even without receiving one. It was fun to just collect. I agree, yeah. I do agree. That's why, in a way, it'd be quite cool if everyone could just play a common competition together, but then those common cards could also then be used for some of the amateurs, right? Because then if you're collecting common cards, but you're not able to play the amateurs, you're not going to be at an advantage, right? But if you're a new player to the game, you can play the amateurs plus also a big common competition, a free-to-play competition that everyone plays in, and you can collect more commons, which can then actually help you with more options for amateur as well. And you can still keep the swaps, right? Because then you might find that you want to take swaps out, and the swaps need to stay because managers need to be able to swap commons out for the limiteds, right? Not for the limiteds, commons to use for Cap 220. But yeah, eventually they can get there. All right. We've actually spent a hell of a lot of time. There's loads of other games here. For example, Ajax against Athens, I think is a good one. Sparta Praha against Aris, I think is a good one for Sparta Praha. Another one that's probably quite good is Atalanta away to Rakow. That's quite good. Bayer Leverkusen at home against Mold. Bayer Leverkusen against Mold is a really good one. Thank you also to Kubies for the follow. Welcome into the channel. Then look, Lille, we know that Lille have a very good chance to keep a clean sheet here. Lille against Key, really good. So there's a couple of games there, guys, that hopefully you have a clear idea. Like Aston Villa game, for example, is pretty good too. I know it's not a good game, but can you check the predicted lineups for Betis? For Betis? Why are we doing that? Why would we do it? Like, what are we looking for? Like, I don't mind doing it, but what's the idea here? Like, what are we looking for? Twisted Fortune. I mean, it's not a good game. It's not a game that I would target at all. The only good thing with Betis is that they have a load of players that have really low L15s, like Rodri, Jose, Enrique, Bellerin, Abner. I mean, you could basically put a budget team out there and a pure Cap 220 team, 20 stack out with those players if you wanted to. On Sorare, oh, you wanted to check what was given there on... Oh, I'm with you. Okay, cool. Let's go back to it then. Let's have a little look. Why not? There we go. Bellerin, Miranda. I quite like Miranda, actually. Rodri. God. No way. Rodri is £1.42. This guy had such a good under-23 tournament. Or under-21 tournament in the summer. He's not really playing, so that's the big reason why he's his price is low. But if you saw him play in the under-21 tournament, like the under-21 Euros last summer, then you would know that this is a good player to invest in long term because he's actually a really good player. It's a player that you won't be able to get a lot of immediate return from, but you pick him up and you sit on him. Right. Let's actually come to my lineups now. We spent a bit of time looking at the midweek. I have a few lineups. Let's start with Cap 240 Rare. I can put out a lineup for Cap 240 Rare. The problem is that it's not a very good lineup and it's like a throwaway team because Antonio is injured still. Daryl Dike is injured. So we're going to put them in because we have players that have games, but this is a throwaway team. This is a throwaway team. We're going to see if we can just get any type of rare coins that we can from it. Maybe Richie Delete does a really good game. Maybe Billy Mitchell has a really good game. And then that will give us a score of around 100. But I'm not expecting it. But yeah, that's the team we're putting out for Cap 240 Rare. And then at the moment, we don't have a starting goalkeeper, which is a little bit annoying. So because we don't have a starting goalkeeper, we need to prioritize Cap 220, which you guys know I hate doing at the moment because Cap 220, there's no weekly rewards in it. Now, I've got Mike Magnan in here. I don't think I want to put Mike Magnan in here, if I'm honest with you. I've just got him in because we could. I'd probably want to play Kelleher here, but I also don't like this game for Liverpool away to USG because USG I think will probably score against them. So I don't think that I want to do that, even though I could. You can see here USG Liverpool. So Kelleher, he starts most of the time in the European games. I don't feel confident that even if we put him in, he can keep a clean sheet here. And especially look with that defense as well, like Luke Chambers, Jarrell Kansaf, Canate, I mean, it's like a B team, isn't it? And that's something you got to think about when you're putting in a goalkeeper, is that USG are going to be playing their A team against effectively a B team. Even though Liverpool should still be able to beat them with the B team, I just don't think they're going to be able to get through it unscathed without conceding a goal. which kind of puts me off Kelleher. And then my other goalkeepers are Christensen, Restes, Andre and Nana, which, forget about actually against Bayern, and then basically Mike Magnan. So I think I'll take Mike Magnan over a Kelleher, I think. Hey guys, sorry for asking this question, but I started playing Sorare like 1 week ago. That's okay, man. This is what the streams are here for. I bought some limited players. What is the best competition to target? So the best competition to target is Cap 240 Limited. Cap 240 Limited. The reason being is that you can win $5 every single week with your limited players, and most of the time, that $5 is going to be worth more than what the value is of a card. So it's better to win the threshold than it is to win an actual card reward most of the time. The only exceptions to that are when you win like the high level cards, like the tier 1s and the tier 2s, but you've got to place really high up to win them. So most of the time, managers are winning card rewards which are actually worth less than just winning the threshold. And to hit the threshold, all you need to do is have a team of 5 that score 280 points, right? So 280 points, you can do that with good team building, and then you get $5. So Cap 240, and then also it's worth, depending on how many limited cards you've got, it's worth also playing in Cap 220 as well. I mean, would anybody disagree in the chat? I think that those are the best competitions, especially if you're a week in to playing. You could play, for example, the kickoffs and the specialist competitions if you wanted to, but it kind of comes back to what I was saying, that if you play like a kickoff competition or a specialist competition in the game, which you might not know where they are, so I'll just show you. You can play them, right? You can play them as a beginner. Just don't think they offer the best ROI, and that if you're starting the game and you're trying to build up, it's actually just better to win $5 and then put that towards then buying the players that you actually want, rather than winning a player in where they at here. Let's go and show you winning a player in, where are they? Here we go. Winning a player in these types of competitions here, like most of the time, it's not worth it. Depends on the budget. Kickoff, if your budget is sub 10 euros, yeah, it's a good point. So if you can't afford to put a team of 5 with a starting goalkeeper, then you'll either look at then Cap 220 Limited or like a kickoff competition, like the Bundesliga Specialist, or sorry, the Bundesliga Kickoff or the Bundesliga Specialist. But if you can afford to get a limited goalkeeper, because there's a lot of limited goalkeepers in the game and they're really cheap now, then I really would recommend that you do it, because then you can just play in the Cap 240 here. And believe me when I say, it never used to be like this actually, that winning the threshold is more rewarding than winning cards in the game, generally speaking. So at the moment, my Cap 220 team is this one here. Just take it back again. Yeah, my Cap 220 team is this one here. I don't think we're going to play Florian Flecker, because I think with Florian Flecker, I'm not expecting him to start. So look, yeah, I'd expect Stojkovic to start, and he plays instead of Florian Flecker. So what I kind of need to do here is I basically need to find a different midfielder, and a midfielder that costs kind of 40 or below. It probably needs to be Christian Fasnacht, because Jean Amani we can't afford to do at the moment. And to be fair, I don't think we want to do it, because it's Liverpool as well. So Christian was a card that was sent to me recently that I'm going to be giving away at some point. That would actually give us an additional 4. Can we get another? Doesn't make a difference, though. I think we want to play Gregoritsch because he's in really good form. And West Ham, even though they're good, they do tend to concede a lot. I think we want to pick Preciado because he has a game against this opponent, Aris, and I don't think that is a hard game for him. Plus, we also kind of want to play him because the whole point of us having him is that we can use him in these types of midweeks. He doesn't actually have full coverage, so if we have this card, we have to really use him. Otherwise, what's the point in having him, right? We might as well sell him or get rid of him. I think that's okay for now. What do you guys reckon? Is that going to do anything in the midweek, that team? It's a bit of it's an unusual team. What do you guys reckon? We're going to score well? Is it going to bomb? We can't get any card rewards in the weekly. Is this the type of team? I don't know. I want to get the chat's thoughts on that one. Such an unusual mix of players in there. What's the best way to buy cards? Instant buy or auctions? Don't buy instant buy, no. Don't buy instant buy. Buy from the auctions and the secondary market, so the manager sales. If you buy instant buy, you're paying too much. You're paying well over the odds for players, so just get them on the auctions. All right. This is also my Cap 240 team, so we're going to run with that as well. Not really expecting too much from the midweek. Let's take a little bit of a breather. I'll be back in 5, guys. All right, guys, we're back again. We are back again. So, how's everybody doing? Is everybody still with us as well? I bought like 6 cars last week for instant buy. Oh dear. Yeah, well, you know what? Like, because you're new, you wouldn't know, right? It's just all good. But if you are trying to buy a brand new card that's never been owned by anyone before, then try and buy them off the auctions market because you'll save yourself money from doing it that way. Yeah, yeah. So the free to scout fund coupons are available. They're opened up now. They are open. So feel free to use them if you need to. Build it like Barca. How does it work? If you click on the icon, it tells you. It explains how it works for you, Timbo. FIFA, with the put your game with glasses on. Just want to show off my 240 super rare team. Trying to remember what your name is again. What's your name, please, again? On Sorare. That's it. I was doing Pavella, but it's Paleva. Levla. There we go. Is this literally what we're doing? We want to show off the 240 team. Wow. That's pretty cool, isn't it? It's very cool, actually. Look at that, guys, for a super rare. Sorare. What a legend Sorare is. How cheap is he? Because he used to be really cheap in the rare. Ah, he's actually more expensive in the rare than what he used to be. I guess because he's been scoring quite well. But look how cheap he is in the super rare. It's like £59. And this guy is a regular starter, consistently giving good scores. That's incredible. What a good little team that is. Very cool. So he's got Gorican, Matej Vuk, Danny Rodriguez, and then Ratchkovic in there. So at the moment, FIFA's on course to win a tier 3 super rare and £159. Lovely. Lovely stuff. Guy rage sold him because his SR goalkeeper got a big injury. Well, how much did you buy this one for then? Oh, we're not going to be able to find this player, are we? We can, but we have to kind of click on him. It's a bit annoying. There we go. £63 you bought him for. It's pretty good, actually. It's very good. Look at this guy. This guy bought him on auction 2 months ago for £47. I mean, that is just nuts, really. That's almost like nobody bid on him. Nobody else bid on him. So we got him for pretty much what is the floor at auction. It's insane. We were talking about this guy. We talk about this guy so much. We have anyway in the past, as in like he's so good for threshold. Like he was about £5 or £4 at one point, and it's rare. And I remember saying to people like, "It's stupid, it's silly," because like he's the perfect player. Look, you can see. Look, at some point, look, he got down to like £4. And I remember saying on the stream like, "What's going on? I don't get it. Why would a player that can consistently help you to threshold be only £4? It was bonkers. It was absolutely bonkers. And look, this thing for £5 here, around £5 here. Craziness, really. So yeah, amazing. Amazing to see. Is that literally what we're doing here? Are you literally just wanted to put your gaming glasses on so we could show the whole stream, FIFA, how you're done in super rare? Because if so, I love it. I love it. We've not had to pick my lineup like that. How cool is that, though, guys, right? Pretty cool. So if you want any inspiration for getting up into super rare, then you can see it right on the screen right now. Diver didn't do that good, no? Let's have a look at your Cap 240 rare. Cap 240 rare Oh, I just missed out. Look at that. Putting Kaneko in there worked out well, though, and he captained him. That was good. Stoichkov, yeah, that wasn't my pick, but yeah, that worked out well for you. Venancio didn't do too great, did he? Only 43.2. Very disappointing for him. And then Kolke didn't do good either. I thought Kolke would do better in his AA, actually. His AA was like non-existent. And then, yeah, Diber. Look, how crazy is that Diber was involved in a 3-2? A 3-2 game where there's just like loads of goals being scored. And he got minus 15 in his AA. So uncanny, because this player is usually giving an AA of like 20, 25. I don't think he's had a minus 15 ever, has he? At minus 15 here. And what's the lot? Look at this here. Dotted with 13, 29, 16, 11, 16. I don't think he's ever done so bad in his AA. I can't see it anyway. Look. Incredible. Very unlucky, man. I think it was the right thinking still to put Diver in there. You just got a bit screwed because he had a bit of a shocker. A rare shocker from him. Yeah. Really, really unfortunate. But I think very unlucky as well. Yeah, cool. All right, let's keep it going. Right, we're going to dive over to Pooky for a little bit. We're going to be switching back and forth between the two. Let's talk about the Italian league here. Because this week we're doing the Beat the Base competition, which I do every week on Pooky. We're doing it in the Italian league. And there are 2 games left to play tonight. So I sent a tweet out about this earlier today. At the moment, it's really, really tight in Beat the Base. We currently have, let me show you my rivals here. We currently have, this is the top 10 or so. Ut Kubar is currently leading the way with 539. RTV second with 512.8. Langers is in third with 485. Sipates in fourth with 452. Beast 195. Beast is there. He's in the chase with 452.1. And then there's a couple of other guys down here that are kind of knocking about the late 300s, early 400s. So literally it's anybody can win this at the moment. And the prize that we're offering for this, if you don't know, is a Pooky sticker. And the Pooky sticker allows you to get bigger boosts on your Pooky balls. And your Pooky balls, obviously, you need to use those to predict on football games, and then that will help you to win money. So the stickers basically help you to win more money more often if you can put them on the right Pooky balls. And the sticker we're giving away this week is the Burnley one, which is actually Burnley. A little bit of a funny mistake there. And so, yeah, we're doing that. Guys, don't ever forget that we run Beat the Base every single week. And you can get involved in it, but you need to have a Pooky account. So the link to get involved is there in the chat. That's the link that you want to use to sign up to Pooky. It's free to play. It's a free to play game. So you can put money into it. And by putting money into it, it will allow you to then win cash rewards. So win money. If you don't do well on your predictions, you don't lose money. So it's very similar to Sorare if you're playing Sorare, where you buy, say, 5 players for your limited team, right? You put them into a lineup and you enter them into a competition in the game week. If your players win, you win either cash rewards or cards, right? Which you can sell for cash. If they don't win, you don't lose any money on Sorare, right? That way. You don't lose any money by giving it a go. And it's exactly the same principle on Pooky, is that you predict every week using the Pooky balls that you can purchase if you want to. You can purchase them on the marketplace today, and that link will give you a discount, a nice discount as well off your first purchase in the game. But once you buy or once you have a Pooky ball, every time you're entering that Pooky ball to make predictions, if you don't get your predictions right, you don't lose anything. You just go again and you keep going until you do win something. And that's the beauty of these games that we cover. is that it very much is win-win. How can I participate to that competition? So every week I send out a message on Twitter, okay? And every week I kind of explain, in case anybody's new to Pooky. So this was the tweet I sent out. This is basically the explanation about how you can take part in it. You need to have a Pooky account. You need to add me as a rival in the game. Once you've added me as a rival, you need to predict whatever scores you think are going to happen in a league that I choose. And it's different every single week. So this week it was the Italian league. Like last week it was the Italian league. This week it's going to be a different league. And then basically all you need to do, you just need to get the highest score. As in you need to try and get the highest points. If you get the highest points, then you win a sticker. It's as easy as that. I had an insane Pooky game week, and I've also seen that Timbo's redeemed the Build It Like Barca, so I'll come to that in a second, my man. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I had an insane Pooky game week, played 3 leagues and got 10th in the Bundesliga, 13th French League, and 30th Premier League. Wow. Really good, man. Strong game week on Pooky. How were the rest of your guys' game weeks on Pooky? Did anybody have like a mammoth win on Pooky this weekend? Because I would love to hear it. I'm going to show you how I done, which wasn't that great actually, to be fair. We entered 3 leagues from the weekend: the English League and the Brazilian League and the German League. You can see for the English League, we won nothing. We didn't do good enough to finish in the top 50% of the leaderboard. So we get nothing. We get zilch for our efforts, which is a bit of a shame. In the Brazilian League, we also... no, actually, hold on. We didn't predict in the English League. We didn't. We predicted in the Brazilian League and we predicted in the German League. Just 2 leagues that we predicted in. In the Brazilian League, we didn't get anything. We failed to finish in the top 50%. Look at these scores. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had 6 scores, 6 games where we got no points whatsoever. And if you have that situation on Pooky, you're not going to finish in the top 50%. And we tried our 1-1. So every game we put as 1-1, which has worked well for us in the past, but this weekend it didn't work. So that's the risk that you take with that type of strategy. And then in the German League, though, you can see here in the German League, we're winning 3.41 Matic, which is about £2.50, something like that. And we're getting 189.77 of the POC tokens, which is the in-game currency. And believe me when I say we need that, because we don't even have 1 POC token. We have 0.099, and we need hundreds of them. So this is good. We wanted to win better, but I'm just happy that we're winning something from the weekend. And this is kind of how it went for us, that we started Pooky with an exact score of 3-1, which was massive for us. But then after that, we kind of had 2 games where we really struggled. We predicted 2-1 for Wolfsburg, and they lost it 1-0, which was a bit of a shock. And then Bremen-Augsburg, we said 2-2 as a tactical prediction to cover the 1-1 or 2-1 either side. But it actually ended up being that Bremen won 2-0. So we get no points at all for those 2. But then we actually were able to pick up points for every other game that we predicted on. And especially the last 2 games of the game week, look, we predicted 2-2 and 1-1 for the last 2 games. And it ended up being 1-1 and 0-0. So because we predicted 2 draws in these games and they ended up being 2 draws, we get combined 400 points over those 2 games, which is massive. So I'm kind of happy with it. I definitely would have liked to have got a bigger points total. You can see that we are currently 41st. So we finished 41st out of 383. So it's a pretty respectable effort, right? And yeah, we're going to get the 3.41. What did everybody else get on Pooky this weekend? Looking good for the Bundesliga. I got half my points from one game and the German league. Wow, 770 for Dortmund, Leipzig. Did you really? You predicted that one? 2-3. That's so cool. I tell you why it's so cool, because I predicted it 3-2 the other way. Look, I thought Dortmund could win that one 3-2, and actually, Nico also predicted 3-2, but the other way round, and he got it spot on, and he got 770 points, which is mammoth, because my total points for the game week was 1,069. He got 770 from one game alone. Insane. How's it's so quiet. When I ask these questions, I'm not asking rhetorically, guys. I genuinely want to hear how people done on Pooky. Even if you didn't compete in the German league, how did you get on in the Spanish league or the Premier League? Like, I know that there's loads of you guys that are playing this game with me. So how did you guys get on? Like, don't make me beg. How did you do? Genuine question. Arthur says bad. You've got the PSG ball though, haven't you? Did you not you've got a PSG ball. Surely you've done okay. Did you win something from the French league this week, Arthur? Surely you did, no? You must have won something. Like, genuine question to everybody. We will not move on until I get more responses. David C, English League, got 5 POC. Oh no. You got 5 POC. So when you get 5 pockets because you finish outside the top 50%. What went wrong for you, David, in the English League? Like, when you're looking back through your predictions, were you too safe? Did you take too many risks? Did you were you just completely off with your predictions? And if so, was it down to not spending enough time researching their games? Like, what do you think happened for you to finish outside the top 50? Were you just incredibly unlucky? Because there were some odd results in the Premier League this weekend. What's the Beat the Base league for this weekend? Good question. Good question, Timbo. We're gonna work that out now. Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me. We need to figure out what we're gonna do for that one. So hold tight. We'll do that, and then I'll do your Beat the Base, Timbo. I didn't take enough risks and went too safe. Okay, yeah. It's quite nice though, David, when you kind of like you can look back at it and think, okay, I was too conservative. I needed to push it more. Like, when I look at my German league one, for example, when I look at my German one here, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, was I too safe here? Did I not take as many risks as what I needed to? And there's a part of me that thinks that here, for the Cologne versus Mainz one, I think we got this one just about right. We were debating whether it was going to be 0-0 or 1-1 because we didn't feel confident that these teams could score because they've been so bad, both of them. So we thought it could be 0-0, but we wanted to leave the door open for it being a 1-1 because a 0-0 is kind of unusual. This one here, I actually kind of happy with because I felt, again, we kind of had to do 2-2 here because we were thinking, well, it probably won't be 1-1. That's what I thought anyway. So I thought that both of these teams are capable of scoring 2 each. So it could be 2-2 or it could be 2-1 either side. But then when I look at this one here, the Heidenheim versus Darmstadt one, I'm kind of a little bit annoyed with that because my instinct was to go for 3-2 because Darmstadt usually score 2 goals and Heidenheim can score 3. They can score minimum of 2, actually. I'd expect them to edge Darmstadt at home. So we should have been a bit braver there, pushing like the prediction, because a 2-1's a little bit too low for these two types of teams, right? So a little bit of a regret on that one. But it's always quite good to look back through a game week, right? Sorare and Pooky. And it's really, really valuable to look back and think, okay, I was too conservative there, or I was far too reckless there, or I need to take more risk there. And I think, generally speaking, I'm kind of happy with how we done. I don't think, I think this was a tactical one because we weren't quite sure which way this was going to go. This one was a shock. This was an upset. And then this one we needed to be a bit braver in. This one was also a shock. I mean, who honestly has predicted that Frankfurt would beat Bayern 5-1? I mean, you would have got like 1,000 points or something for that. Would have been insane. Sitting 256th in the Italian league, and there is a game week with only 2 leagues in the winter break. Rewards will go crazy. Is there really? Let's have a look. I want to look at all the game weeks, actually. Let's go into that one there. View all game weeks, right? And then go to upcoming. Oh, yeah, look. Game week 58. There's the same prize pool. This is what makes this so cool. Game week 58, it's going to have 6,900. Matic, which is a lot, by the way. If you guys don't know how much this is, there's about 7,000 Matic in there to be won, which is spread across the different leagues, right? Let's put that in. Isn't that about 5,500 or something? Pounds. That's a lot. Let's just put 7,000 in. Yes, okay, so 7,000 is about 5,000, well, 4,700 to be exact. Roughly around 5,000 pounds, give or take, on the conversion. That's like a big prize pool, you know. And there's only 2 match days for this one, which means that potentially there could be up to 2,500 split, but most likely the English one will get a huge share of the 6,900. So there's 2 there, there's 3 there, there's 3 there. These are very good game weeks to target on Pooky, guys. Very good. Right. Game week 56 is the next game week. Game week 56, this is this weekend's game week, right? There are quite a few games which are happening. There's Champions League, Europa League, German League, Italian, Spanish, English League, French League. What is everyone fancying for Beat the Base this week? What's everyone fancying? I know, whoever wins the English League will get a ridiculous amount. They'll get like a ridiculous amount of money. I'm going to go hard in the English League on that game week, you know. I'm going to go so hard on it to try and win as much as we can. What we fancying, guys? You tell me. I knew you'd say the French League, Arthur. What's the chat saying? German or English? French from Arthur. Any other takers, guys, in the chat? Because what we're doing here is we're trying to work out what's going to be the next league that you guys predicting to try and win. We haven't even worked out the sticker. Let's figure out the sticker here. Let's figure out the sticker. Let's give this sticker away. How about this, guys? This is one of the rarest stickers that you can get in Pooky. I think this is worth a stupid amount of money. This is incredibly rare. And I think if you want it, you could sell it for quite a bit. And I think we're going to give the international special. This is, to my knowledge, there's only one special card. And what I mean by special is it's got special over it. To my knowledge, there's only one special card in the game, and it's this one here. and we were lucky enough. There's only 26 of them in circulation. If we go to the marketplace here, right, there's 8,224 stickers in the game, and there's only 26 stickers of that special in the game. That's how rare that sticker is. That's how rare. You guys up for that? I don't think everyone understands what we're giving away here, do they? Like, this is significant. This is such a big sticker to give away. We even looked for this sticker on OpenSea to find it, to see how much you could sell it for. We couldn't find it because I'm pretty sure everybody who has this sticker is holding on to it. It's like massive. This is like 20 euros minimum. Yeah, a minimum. Minimum. I'd even go higher than that. I'd say that this sticker alone, this is a bit of a random one. I think you could get like about 50 euros for this sticker. I think it's that rare. And it's so powerful because it gives you a boost on every international game. A boost for every international game. Not for a specific country, for every game, every international game. It's massive, massive sticker. I packed one and swapped it for the Bundesliga League and home sticker. Did you really? Very cool. Are you guys up for winning this sticker? And if you are, because at the moment I only see Arthur and Nico in the chat. Should we do a vote? Let's do a vote. Let's do a vote here. I feel like the chat's a little bit asleep on this one. This is such a huge sticker. Let's do a vote. And if there's enough people that vote in this one, then I'll give it away. If there isn't, I'll choose a different sticker because we have a few more. But I want to be giving this away as a big thing because it is a big thing, right? So what you're going to do here is which league, right? And I'm going to give you a few options here. I mean, I'm going to give this card away anyway, this sticker, but I want to do it when there's a bit of hype, right? And I don't really feel like there's a lot of hype at the moment in the chat for what is a sticker that I would absolutely, I would sell my dog for to have because it's so big in the game. Let's go back. Right, so okay, so we could do, I'm going to give you a few options and you guys are going to decide for me, okay? So let's do this one, first of all. Let's do that. Let's do this one. Okay, let's also do English League. English League. And then let's look at, let's do the German League because that's always quite a fun one. And then we just done the Italian League, so let's leave the Italian League. Arthur said the French League, so let's put the French League in there as well, okay? Cool, like that. All right, cool. Right, I'm going to give you guys 1 minute. Can I give you an option? Oh, for some reason, I can't see a different duration. Okay, it looks like it's 2 minutes then for some reason. I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes. I'd like there to be a big amount of votes on this one. If there is, then we'll give away that sticker. If not, we'll give away a different sticker, but then we'll choose the league that you guys have picked. So, go. You can vote more by using your free Tip Scout Fund coupons as well. And Timbo, I haven't forgotten. After we've done this, I am going to be doing your find a play, not your find a play, your build it like Barca, man. So remember, you are voting for what league you want us to run Beat the Base in this week. And Beat the Base is really simple. If you're already playing Pooky, all you need to do is just predict the scores in whatever league it is that is voted for here. And then if you get the highest base score, so basically if you're the most accurate with your predictions in a game week that will give you the highest base score, which is why it's called Beat the Base, you will then win a sticker. And we are debating giving this mammoth sticker away, a special sticker. And this is probably the only common sticker where you could actually say it's a common in name, but it's actually not a common. It's one of the rarest cards in the game. Right, how are we getting on? How are we getting on with the poll? Okay, yeah, pretty good. No love for the English League at the moment. No love for the Champions League either, or the Europa League. A little bit surprised about that. I thought there might be some votes for the Champions League, the Europa League. There's limited time left, so you've only got a few more seconds to vote on this one. At the moment, we're at 15 votes here. And we have a winner. The winner is the German League. Oh, wow. I was going to say, well, Arthur contributed 6,000. Who did let the dogs out? Apparently, it was A Quinta who let the dogs out. Thank you so much, A Quinta, for the raid, man. Thank you for letting the dogs out and bringing the party over to our stream. Massively appreciated. And welcome to everyone that's just jumped on. Really cool. We should probably have had a vote. We should probably have another vote, right? Now that we have an extra 18 people in the stream. Yeah, I feel like we need to do another vote. Sorry, guys, but like we've just had 18 that have just jumped on here. That's massive. We're going to do it. We are doing it. We're doing another vote. We're doing the exact one. So you guys that just jumped in, we are voting. We run a series here on the channel called Beat the Base, which is a pooky series where everyone can play in it. And every week you have a chance to win pooky stickers, right? And the stickers are like NFTs in the same way as Sorare cards are NFTs, right? You can sell them for cash and you can use them in a game to then try and get some rewards, right? And at the moment, we are basically like trying to work out whether we give this international card away, this sticker, because it's super rare, even though it's a common. And we were asking everybody what league that sticker should be won in this week. Okay, so I'm gonna do the new poll. We just done one, probably the wrong timing, but we're gonna do another one. Sorry, you guys that have just spent points, but yeah, I think it's gonna be worth it in the end. And then I'm gonna give you the other options. So it was what? Champions League, Europa. I mean, to be honest, it's in your interest, guys, that we do it again, because we had quite a decent amount of votes in that one, but not enough, I think, for me to be giving out an international special sticker. And then the English League, and then the French League again. Okay. Right. So you guys have just jumped in with A Quinta. You can get involved in this vote. You can get involved in it. Doesn't cost you anything to vote. So it's completely free to vote. You can, if you want to, you can use my channel points on the channel called Free Tit Scout Fun Coupons. You can use some of those if you have them to give additional votes. And what you're voting for here is what league, from what you can see, should we do Beat the Base in this weekend, or yeah, this weekend or this week. And then whatever one you guys vote for, that'll be where everybody needs to then like do their predictions for. And if we have enough people that vote here, I think we need to have a minimum of 20 votes in order for me to give out this sticker, right? We need to have a minimum of 20 votes. If we get 20 minimum or 20 and above, I'll give this sticker away this week. If we get less than 20, then I'll give a different sticker away because this is such a big prize for someone to win. You could, as we were talking about before we got raided, I think you could probably sell this sticker for 50 euros, something like that, maybe even more. It's so, so rare. So here we go. Let's get it going. Poll has started. You guys have 2 minutes to vote. Start voting now. You used up all your channel points in the last vote, unfortunately. Don't worry, there'll be more to come. And you'll be earning more free Tit Scout Fun coupons anyway, right? There's tons to win on the channel. There's always tons to win. Make sure you vote, guys. And then once the vote's happened, we'll then honor it. So whatever league gets the most amount of votes will then, that'll then be where we do beat the base in. And then we're going to do a build it like Barca for Timbo. Timbo, you've been waiting for that build it like Barca for a while, haven't you? Yeah, like half an hour now. I'll do it for you next, man. Timbo, actually, you might as well tell me now. What for the build it like Barca? You might as well tell me. Is it cap 240 rare? That's literally what we're doing your build it like Barca for, right? If not, tell me different, and also tell me how much of a budget that we have to work with, so we can build a team for you live on the stream, man. Cap 240 limited. Okay, not cap 240 rare. Cap 240 limited. Okay. And what is the budget? What's the budget, Timbo? All right. I think also the results are in. The vote has ended. It's a oh my God. It's a tie. I'm not going to do another vote. It's a tie. So we're not going to give that international sticker away with those amount of votes. So we'll give a different sticker away. It's a tie between the German league or the French league. If we've got a sticker from either the German or the French league, then we'll do one of those leagues, right? Let's see. I can't remember. Okay, we kind of do. We have the Gladbach one. We still have the Gladbach one. The Gladbach one is not being claimed at all. Not being claimed at all. We're going to do the German league. We're doing the German league, guys. There we go. I've made an executive decision. So Gladbach, we're going to give this sticker away that didn't get claimed last time. And we're going to give the Gladbach sticker away in the German league. So this week's Beat the Base is taking place in this one here, Game Week 56, Match Day 15, the German league. You need to predict scores in this league here. And then once you do, if you get the highest amount of points from my rival, so you need to make sure you add me as a rival so that I can see you in the leaderboard, on the base leaderboard here. If you get the highest amount of points on my rival's leaderboard, you will win this Gladbach sticker. It will be yours, and you can do whatever you want with it. You can keep it, you can apply it to a pooky ball, you can sell it for cash, completely up to you. But we give away stickers every single week here on the channel. So, there we go. Right. Timbo, £8.70, €8.71. But you can work with what there is in the club too. Just tell me exactly what we have. Like, is it €8.71 to build a team of 5 from fresh, or we're using €8.71 to, you know, buy players that you don't have? Like, what is it? I don't know I can't remember who didn't claim it. we've tried to give it away twice now, that Gladbach sticker, and both times it hasn't been claimed. So I'm like, wow. I mean, we obviously it just goes back into the the forward prize pools, but I can't even give stuff away at the moment. How crazy is that? Is it €8.71, Timbo, to build a team from scratch? Yeah, I'm going to do €8.71. We're going to move it. We have to move it on a little bit. So let's go to Sorare data. Okay. Let's move that. Let's close that. Let's close one of these down. Let's come back to this, right? So we're going to go into the builder here, lineup builder. And we're going to, not lineup builder, sorry, builder concepts here. We're going to build a Cat 240 limited team for Timbo for €8.71 to try and hit the threshold, which is a good challenge. I don't mind that at all. This is the type of scouting that I do, where you put together like a really low cost team for basically peanuts, and then it then goes and smashes like rewards, and it smashes threshold regularly. So ideally want to get Vanaken and Mechele in. Right. So let me just ask you really clearly, okay? Let me ask you really clearly. Timbo, how much money do we have as a budget to build a team of 5? What's our budget here, man? Because we definitely can't do it with a Mechele or a Vanaken, right? So are you telling me that Mechele and Vanaken are already in, and then we have €8.71 to just get the additional 3 players? Or are you telling me we have €8.71 to build a team of 5 from scratch? Tell me that now so we know what we're doing, right? So it's super clear, okay? I'm easy either way. We kind of need to know like how we're doing this, right? Before we do it. Because both, you can't scout both in the same way. €8.71 with Vanaken. Okay, cool. So, perfect, man. Let's do it. €8.71 with Vanaken and Mechele. Okay, cool. So basically, you've got those guys already, right? So you've got Mechele, who, by the way, has a really high L15. And then, I can't remember, but does Vanaken have a forward? He is a midfielder card, doesn't he, Vanaken? Yeah, he's got a midfielder card. Always forget whether he's a forward or a midfielder. But yeah, midfielder card. Okay, so Vanaken as well. Right. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting because these two guys alone have really high L15s, which is going to make this a challenge now. Okay, so we have €8.71 to find a goalkeeper, a forward, and an extra. Okay. Nico says, not going to lie, I would sell both and buy a €30 stack. I would technically do the same. Yeah, I mean, Vanaken's a monster, Mechele's a monster, and they're both great players. But when you look at the, and they're cheap as well, to be honest with you. But one of the problems is that you're going to be playing these two players in this team, but then you're not really going to be able to afford to run more Bruges players, right? Because for €8.71, it's just not going to do it. So you're going to have to kind of find other players from a different team, which you can do, and we're going to do now. But alternatively, you could almost just sell these two and then basically build a balanced Cap 240 team. Because at the moment, with these two in here, we are going to find you players right now. What we have to think about is that their L15s are so high, and we've got 122 to spread across 3 positions, right? So if you think about it, we've kind of got like around 40, an average of 40 for the L15. So we're going to have to find some really low-cost players or players that either have nothing in their L15. And even then, it will be a struggle to play this team in Cap 240 regularly because Vanaken and Mechele, look, like Mechelet's got an L5 of 68, but his L15's 59. So based on his L5, his L15 is going to be getting even higher, potentially into the 60 range. So you're gonna be struggling to put this team out, no matter what we do, on a regular basis with these two in as like players in a captive 40 team. Yeah, the point total is too high. Yeah, okay, so you already have a Bruges stack, right? Okay, so let's start with the goalkeeper. Let's try and find a goalkeeper here. A starting goalkeeper that we can get for as little as possible, because we're going to need to get a goalkeeper and a forward, and then those are two priority positions where we need to spend most of our budget on. We can pick up like a defender or a midfielder for like 50p if needs be. So for now, let's try and find a goalkeeper. And what we want to do, we need to find a league that is like playing at the same time as the Belgian Pro League. So Champion, Challenger, Second Div will probably be the ones we look at here. And then the L15, we really need to have an L15 of no more than 42. We'll put 45 in, because at 45 we can make it work. But it just means that if we then get a goalkeeper with an L15 of 45, we're going to have to find a forward or a defender or a midfielder that then has a really low L15 to compensate for the lack of points that we'll have. So let's try this for now. And I think what's important is that someone's actually played over the last 5, and that they've also kind of been consistently playing. To put that at 40% there. We don't want to make this too hard, because our big problem here is we're going to struggle to find any type of goalkeeper that we can get for around £5. And it needs to be £5 or less, really. So let's do that. Yeah, so look, we've got 12 goalkeepers coming up here. Okay? That's why you don't have to be too hard when you're working on a small budget. You don't have to go too crazy with the initial kind of like filters here. Just keep it kind of nice and broad, because your main filter is the price, right? So we have a few options here. We've got Hansen, George Long, Benjamin Leroy. Let's filter this by the floor. Start with the lowest first. Look at Lunev, maybe. Yeah, but Lunev, is he not playing? Let's have a look. Is he not playing in the Russian Premier League? What, this guy here, Lunev? Are you talking about this guy? We can't use this guy, man. The reason we can't use this guy is because, like, if we're going to build a Cap 240 team, we need someone that's fully covered. Otherwise, there's no point building the team. And also, we wouldn't be able to look at him anyway, because his L15 is too high. At like 59, it's too high. So yeah, appreciate the suggestion, but we need to find someone that's fully covered, like these guys here. Okay, so Elite Syrian's done. That's finished now. Oh, this guy's actually pretty good. Yeah, this guy's actually pretty good. He's kind of been struggling a little bit, but I like him. He's a youngster. He's expensive, though. The cheapest here, realistically, to look at, Lossel's good, because, like, Lossel's been out injured, and then he kind of came back, and he's playing for a decent team. So Lossell with an L15 of 40 is really good, and he's only £2.65. The issue with him is that he's not playing anymore until February. So if we wanted to have a team that could help you to threshold, like, for the here and now, he's not going to work. Neither is Robin Reuter. David Jensen could work, but the problem here is that you don't really want to look at David Jensen because he's not a goalkeeper that will help you to threshold. He's not. Yannick Huth is decent. He's decent. What is the issue? Why he's not playing? It says there's a personal issue. I don't know what it is. So what is the issue that he's not playing? Does anybody know? That'd be useful to know. Got Dominic Shield in here. Dominic Shield's good, but he's kind of got the winter break. Benjamin Leroy, he's okay. He's not great. He's playing for a team that doesn't really keep clean sheets, and every now and then he'll kind of hit a big score, but most of the time he's going to hit these scores, and these scores are going to really hurt you. So what we have to do is we actually have to expand our search a little bit, and this is gonna make it really tricky, because what we have to do, we can up this here to up this to 50, like that, and then up the price here to, let's have it on euros so we know how much we're working with. Let's up this to 7 euros, right? Which is a lot of our remaining budget. Okay, so now we get Tascaran, who comes up in here, who is a good goalkeeper for Threshold. Let's also take this down. This isn't good that we're taking it down, but we might be able to squeeze out a few more. We can. So like Etienne Green's now coming up. Anton Shunin. Okay. Martin Freisel. Paul Nardi, Leroy, Shield, Etienne Green. Okay. So Tascaran's probably going to be the one here. A little bit expensive, but he's the main starter. And he has some good utility over the Christmas period. He actually is playing at the same time as the Belgian boys are. Huth was benched and then missed the next game because of personal issues. Okay. We can't look at Shield. We could look at Shield, but if we want to have this team that plays consistently together, the Belgian Pro League is playing pretty much like throughout the Christmas period, right? Dominic Shield doesn't play until February. He has like 2 months now where you can't use him. So it's no point. It'll be Tascaran, I think. Etienne Green's okay. In fact, I kind of don't mind him, but I wouldn't trust him because he kind of isn't a starter at the moment. So for me, it's going to be Tascaran, which is a huge part of our budget. And he's also got an L15 of 46, right? Which is high. So if we throw him in as the goalkeeper, like that. Look, his message for his account. He needs a keeper who plays the midweek. Impossible. No, impossible. We can't do it. We can't do it. There's no way with this budget that we can find you somebody for €8.71 that also gives you midweek utility and you can play alongside these guys. Can't do it. We can't do it, man. We can't do it. I know we can't do it. There's nobody here that we can look at that offers you that for that price point. So we can't do it, man. If you had a bigger budget, then we might be able to consider it. But for €8.71, forget it. Forget it, man. Nah. Like Fabianski, but why? But this doesn't make any sense, guys, honestly. Fabianski, right? Fabianski, first of all, how much is he? £7.25, right? L15 of 48. He's not going to be playing like consistently because when Areola's back, Areola's going to come back in the team again. So you're just setting yourself up for failure with this type of player, where you're going to spend a hell of a lot on him to then not use him for what you need to. So absolutely not. So it's not a bad suggestion if you were looking at midweek and you had the budget. We don't have the budget. We've got €8.71. This alone is going to be like €8.50 or something. And it's not even a good long-term pick. In fact, you're just putting a player in here that's just going to like ruin this team. So we need to be a bit smart about it. If you want to hit the threshold, you don't need to play midweek to hit the threshold. With your budget, you can just play on the weekend and then just hit the threshold that way. Yeah, you don't need to do it. Like, You could do it if you wanted to, but it doesn't make sense. You might as well have a goalkeeper that can play consistently for you. Yuri Jupian, yeah, it's good, but again, the problem is that he's a winter break player. He's playing in the Russian Premier League, so you've then got a player that you can't use for the next 2 months. And he's also a player that I don't mind for Cap 220, but you don't want to use him for Cap 240 threshold. You want basically for threshold, you want a player that can, kind of give you enough good scores of 60 points or more and a decent amount of scoring in the mid-50s. Yuri Jupian is a player that just doesn't really do it for Rubin Kazin. And I like him. He's been doing better recently, for sure. Wow, he's been doing way better recently. Incredibly better recently. I didn't know that. Very good. Very good. Really upped his game. But again, look, he's back playing on March. We don't look at it. So Tascaran we're doing, right? Because this just makes sense to do. You throw Tascaran in there as the goalkeeper for £5.66, right? And then what that does is that we've then got what? We spend £5.66. We've then got about €2, something like that, right? You've got to be realistic, guys, as well. It's like you can find players that you're after, but sometimes you'll do it at the detriment. So you've got to always be realistic with your budget, right? €8.71. So €8.71, £7.46, right? So if we spend, go back here, let's say we're spending this at the list price, £5.66, right? So if we spend £5.66, then we spent £6.61, then we have basically €2 left. Okay, so imagine if we were trying to do this with Fabianski, we'd have no money left at all. This is why, like, you have to be smart with when you do it, how you build the team. So forward-wise, we've got a problem here, but I think we can find someone as a forward because forwards are actually still kind of cheap. So forward-wise, we have remaining points of 80. So we need to find someone who's either got an L15, a 40 or below. So if we put 40 in here, we can go a bit higher. We could go, wouldn't want to go too much higher. Maybe that, an L15 or 47. But then the key here is that we need to find someone that's really cheap because we've got like €2 left. So we can put, say, like €1.60 in there, something like that. Let's go a bit higher, actually. Let's go to 2. Right, filter that. This will give us quite a few results, but what we're going to do here is we need to try and find somebody, ideally. Yeah, look, we're getting a load of these guys, which isn't great. So what we're going to do is we're going to find someone that can actually score some goals for us, primarily. 151 is not bad. And then ideally someone with a level of AA as well. Doesn't have to have it, but if they do, that'd be great. Yuki Summer, this guy here. Okay, here we go. Figueiredo's in there. Carlos Eduardo, Darwin Makish, Turam. This guy, to be fair, is not bad at all. Halil Akbunar. This guy for threshold's pretty good because look, he scores in the mid-50s. And he's very cheap, actually. He's like 88p. That'd be a good one. Danny Ojeda's really decent. Gorica's good too. How much is Danny Ojeda? Wow. Danny Ojeda's decent. He's £1.42. Given that we don't have that budget, we've really got a tiny budget here. I think a good option would be Halil, who's playing for a team that I don't really like, if I'm honest with you. But he's got that level of scoring that can help you to the threshold. He doesn't really have loads of decisives this season, but he does have it in him to do it. So he'd be the one that I'd pick here. He also doesn't DMP too often. The only time he really does it is like when he's injured or suspended. So let's put him in as the forward. Oh, hold on a minute. His new season card we will need. Yeah, his new season card. His new season card would be expensive from the looks of it. His new season card has been going for what? About £1, £1, something like that. £1 to £1.50. So if we put him in, we'll then need to find an option, a really cheap kind of like 40p option as the forward, as the extra. Let's do that. And then we need to find someone now who has an L15 or 35. And ideally less than that.
Welcome to the real world.
Dan Hoog Mode. I don't think I said your name right. But Dan Hoog, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel, man. Appreciate it. Let's go back. What we're going to do is we're going to try and find a defender here now. Because defenders are really cheap. They're like cheap as chips, basically. And we need to find someone that's got a maximum of 35. Like that. And then we can take that off. And then ideally, we need someone with a good AA here. Like that. Hello to Mark Gork as well. How's it going, man? What's happened here? Okay, yeah, we haven't found anyone. But we also need to put our price point lower. At like 150 or something. Filter that. We get one result that comes up. Which is Matteo Les. Wow. For Gorica. I didn't realize he was that cheap. He's not playing enough. He is a decent young player, but we need someone a bit more like reliable. Okay, who have we got here? Amadou Dante. Amadou Dante is actually brilliant. Remy Vitar. Tim Oberdorf. See, this guy here, Amadou Dante, is great, but he's playing for a team that's going to go on a winter break. Wow. If we take this off entirely and we do filter, who do we get? 206, and then we actually have a little look. And to be fair, we sort this by the L40 rather than the L15. Okay, Attila's there. Cisse's there. Cisse's not bad. Ramos Lauritsen's good, but he's on a winter break. Desmet's okay. Doesn't look like it, but Desmet's actually a decent play. He's had a bit of a shocker recently. Like, big time shocker. Henning Matriciani. He is a starter. Just doesn't score that good to help you the threshold. This guy, I like him. This guy for Getafe, he's a bit of a beast. Also prone to some really bad scores, though. Stefan Mitrovic, Yavi Hernandez isn't bad. He starts a lot. The only issue is, again, it's the level of scoring. Are you going to get the level of scoring that you really need to help with the threshold? You're not, unfortunately. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to find you a player that can help you to hit the threshold. And there's not a great deal of options here. This guy is good. If you put him in a better team, he will score well. Let's filter this down a bit more. No, it's not it's definitely not wasting my time, you know. It's actually it's useful and interesting to go through this because this is like a scouting challenge, right? So it's just about trying to find the players that Let's put an L40 filter on here, actually. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's put an L40 filter of, say, 7 there, and then filter that. Because if they've been able to hit that type of score over a longer period of time, then that's the type of player that we're looking for. So, yeah, someone like Matteo, someone like Amadou Dante, Sergi Gomez doesn't really start. There's Desmet in there. Tim Oberdorf. To be fair, look. Abkar's in here. He's probably one of the better options to help us to threshold, because you can see his level of scoring is quite mid-range. At the moment, it's been a little bit poor. It's not bad, though. I don't mind Deportivo as a team. I was going to say, what's happened to him? Because he used to play quite a lot. He used to do decent. He's kind of lost his place, hasn't he? Bit of a shame for him. What I would probably do here, and it's not ideal, let's take that down to 5. Because the problem you've got here is that searching for someone that has such a low AA is actually not very helpful to helping you hit the threshold, because you need the AA to be bigger. Carlos Never's in there. I think Never, over the longer period of time, actually has a decent level of AA, though, doesn't he? Yeah, I mean, not amazing, but kind of decent. Because he's a wing-back, it means, or a full-back, it means that every now and then he's going to just bomb on you and, like, really hurt your chances to hit the threshold. If this guy played more, he'd be a decent option, Yuri Balkovic, because then we could pair him up with Tasgram, but unfortunately he doesn't. Yeah, I think what I would probably do, and it's not ideal, is I'd maybe look at either Abkar here or like this guy I like, even though he's kind of it's a bit tricky. I think for the purposes of this, I'd probably look at Abkar here for Deportivo. Let's put him in. It's not ideal at all. The advantage to him, though, is that he's got an L15 of 32, which kind of means that you kind of have some points to, like, a cushion in case anybody starts to go up in their L15. But it's going to be difficult. This is the type of team that you could put together with your budget. And I think that they will have a chance to help you hit threshold, but just not every single week, because there will be some weeks where the likes of Tascaran and Abkar can really, really hurt you, and mainly Abkar rather than Tascaran. But I'd probably do something like that with your budget if you wanted to keep Mechele and Vanaken in. So I hope that helps you. I hope it also helps to show you how kind of maybe not optimal it is to do it like this, right? And how you would probably be better off selling these two than using the money to then go out and build a more balanced team that can help you to threshold. And to be fair, look, if you sold Mechele and Vanaken, right, you could then use that money, I'm pretty sure, because you'd then have around, let's say if you sold those two and then you added it to the money you've got, you'd have around 30 to 35 pounds, right? Or euros. I'm pretty sure with that money, you'll be able to then put together a team that will give you more midweek utility as well. So I hope that helps you, man. Beasted and Esme, you legend. Thank you so much for the 11 months, Beasted and Esme. Welcome back into the channel, man. How was your game week in Sorare? And how's life in general? Do let us know. We should also at the moment see that, hopefully, we see that Ali Varul is in goal, unless there's been some craziness now where he's been dropped. Yeah, he's in there. Great. He's in there. So, yeah, at the moment, this is the game which is about to kick off in 45 minutes. And my whole game week, which has been disastrous, really, my whole game week centers on what Ali Varul can do in this next game in 45 minutes. And if he can give us a score of about 55, something like that, we'll then hit threshold and earn $50. If not, we're going to just about miss out. So cross your fingers, guys. I forgot I had Challenge Europe still open. I feel like a vile human. Okay. Was that helpful though, Timbo? We spent a lot of time doing it. Was it actually helpful to you, man? Like, to do that? Did you find, has it given you any ideas about players or what you should do with your Cap 240? Did your team hit threshold free tip scout? No, that's what we were just saying. Yeah, we are just talking about that beast. That I have one more player left to play, and it's Ali Varul, and he's playing in 45 minutes time. So if we need him to get a score of 55 or more. If he gets a score of 55 or more, we hit the threshold. If he doesn't, we don't, and we don't win anything for the game week. Did that? I really want to know, Timbo. Are you still here? Did that help you at all? We spent quite a bit of time on it. Was it like? Do you have an idea about what you want to do now with your Cap 240 Limited? Last minute goals conceded for Bauman and Castro, Montez and Clinto Mata being subbed in 59 minutes cost me podium in Cap 240 Limited. But one back-to-back rare threshold. Well, there you go. That's the key headline, isn't it? Yeah, it's possible. It is possible, Beast, isn't it? Like, with Ali Varul, he's had a really difficult run of fixtures. And his scoring's kind of suffered, which is fine, because it means that he's going to be like a real cheat code in Cap 240 soon. But in this type of fixture, he has the potential where he could give us a score of 55, or he could just give us a score of like 40 or less, right? So I find it really difficult to try and figure out how he's going to do. I can just have to hope that he can do it. I think if he doesn't do it for us, then it'll be such a shame, because I feel like we've maybe done enough, really, even though we kind of haven't. We're there or thereabouts to do it. It's just a shame that we got 26 from Biaki, who's usually really good for us, isn't he? Unfortunately, I'm going the route you advised, as I have Challenger Europe still open. Okay, cool. Same here. Hello to Neil as well. How you doing, buddy? Hector, same here, but I've got Wilhelm, so hopefully he scores, but Varul saves a pen. Yeah, so we're kind of both hoping in the same match for players going up against each other to score well, aren't we? I mean, the ideal... What is the ideal? Yeah, probably that is the ideal, isn't it? That... I don't know. Well, yeah, I don't know. I want a clean sheet. That's what I want. I want a clean sheet, but if I can't get a clean sheet, I want him to at least save a penalty, and then for your guy to score good too. 350 points in Challenger with Wilhelm still to play. Wilhelm usually does amazing, doesn't he? If you don't know the player we're talking about this guy here, the left back for Konyaspor. He's kind of, generally speaking, a cheat code in Sorare, because his scoring can be really silly. That He's only £4.42, which I find nuts, to be honest with you. And that's the level of scoring that you get from him for a £4.42 player. And this is why at the moment, unfortunately, Limited is a little bit on the ropes, because you kind of, there's so many of these players now that have this level of scoring, which is high end, super high end level of scoring. He's got the AA, he's got decisives from goals and assists, and he never basically DMPs. He's a regular starter. And there's just so many of these players now that are so low in price and that can give you that level of scoring, that it's becoming really difficult to find. Okay, let me put it a different way. This is how you basically understand it. This player is technically super valuable in Sorare. He is, right? Based on his level of scoring. But if you've got hundreds and thousands of other players also capable of this level of scoring, and they're also they're just as cheap, if not cheaper, then actually his value in the game, as in how you can use him, becomes more and more irrelevant, because actually there's just more and more managers that can afford players like him that can outscore him. So that's what I'm basically saying. Yeah, Brawl saves a penalty and Sokol follows up. Capsule 40 consists of Flecken, Walker, Onyedeka, Buchanan, and Nilsson. Yeah, you need a goalkeeper. They docked Bernardo Silva 10 points late last night, so I moved up 10 places. Did they? Yeah, I was going to say, why did they take it off? Maybe he, because Bernardo Silva was quite like a workhorse, right? So maybe what they done was that he was on for like a triple double or something, and then they realized it was like a triple or just a double. So they just completely took away loads of the points. Might be that. What did he get? Because he's the type of player that will do a lot of tackles and make a lot of interceptions, because he's so versatile, right? He's like an all-rounder. Let's have a quick look. I mean, this is such an incredible score anyway from him. He didn't get a double-double. I'm guessing maybe it was that they took away triple-double, or well, no, he wouldn't have been on for a triple-double. They would have had to remove 2 tackles from him. They would have had to remove 2 interceptions from him. He won. He has net duels 1 of 3, but he would also need to have 3 interceptions and then 3 tackles. Maybe that is what they've done. I don't know. This is actually I'm glad that you raised that, because this is actually something which I have mentioned on the stream a long time ago that I think would be super valuable to take Sorare to the next level, and to help users of Sorare play the game and understand the game a bit better. Is that I think what should be in the game is that there should be a feature in the game that shows you the points changes from when he originally scores to when he finally scores, right? So the original score will kind of be posted, but then in Sorare, they'll kind of have these, it could be green arrows, or it could be green or red arrows, or it could be the points, so -2 or +3 green or whatever. Basically, it shows you how his points have changed from when it was originally posted from Opta to then like what it is at the end of the game week. So that in this situation, like rather than us trying to work out what it could be, the game just naturally and very cleverly shows a user this is the changes which have happened since he was originally scored. Thank you also to Neil. Thank you so much for the Prime, man. Yeah, exactly. It could be a double-double, possibly, yeah. Or it could just literally be that they took away 2. No, it couldn't be 2, because if they took away 2 tackles, that's what I mean. It's a guessing game, isn't it? So I've won my first ever reward in the Prem comp. Very happy. $200. All right, Neil, Tell us right now. We're going to go and check it out on the stream. Also, Arthur, thank you so much. Enjoy the stream. Got load shedding, so we'll not be able to watch Sokol score on Viral Saver Pen. See you tomorrow. Arthur, thanks so much for jumping in, man. As always, your support's incredible. We'll see you again on the next one, man. Next one, actually, funny enough, guys, is tonight. So, Neil, 1989. Quite interested to see what this is like now. Oh, look at that. He's got the Colton Morris celebration card. How cool is that? That's really cool. I love that. Let's have a little look. Only had 2 winning lineups so far, but Neil's only been playing since the 15th of May this year. And what a way, honestly, to get your 3rd win. Wow, look at this here. So, £200 on, well, £159 on its way. You got Harry Maguire in, who scored 66.7 in a 3-0 defeat, which is pretty impressive, actually. And just Pereira, 85.5. What a decent player. And what an insane score as well. For Fulham to beat the Hammers there, 5-0 is nuts, really. Wow. That's brilliant. I'm so happy for you, man. Honestly, what are you gonna be celebrating?
Welcome.
I bet you can't sit still. I bet you're struggling to kind of think about anything else. You just want the game week to be over so you can get that money, no? Thank you also to F Jump for the follow. Welcome into the channel, man. You need a new goalkeeper. So are you gonna be basically are you going to be using that money of 159 to put towards a new rare goalkeeper? If so, very smart, man. What are you doing to celebrate as well? Surely that's worth a celebration. It's only your 3rd win, and it's a big win. It's got to be one of your biggest wins, isn't it? It's incredible, man. What we're seeing here. I'm so mad. I put Kelleher instead of Leno in a Fulham stack. And if I put Leno, I could have placed 6. Oh, no. Oh, man. We've all done it. We've all done it, F-Jump. We've all done it. I done it last week where, not to the same level, but instead of playing full Bochum, I put Manuel Neuer in instead of Manuel Reimann. And I don't know what was going through my head to possess me to do it. But then when the Bayern game was cancelled, and the Bochum game went ahead, I was like, if I'd have just played Manuel Reimann, I would have won a card reward. It wasn't anything massive. It was like a tier 5. But it's the fact that you look at it again, once it's gone in the bin, and you're like, what was I thinking there? You know, just play the full stack, right? Then you're all in, whether it's good or bad. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know, Neil. It's not a player that I've been keeping an eye on. I could have gotten my biggest win ever. Tier 1 limited high, higher tier 2 since it's 6th place. Wow. We're getting... Wow. We are getting raided like there's no tomorrow. We're definitely going to have to pay the raid forward at the end of our stream. We're definitely going to raid some more people. Thank you so much to Lighton. Lighton1. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing the party to us, man. How's everything going? And how has your Sorare game week gone? And welcome to everyone that's just jumped on the channel from Lighton stream. Massively appreciated. Guys, if you don't know Lighton, then check him out. His details are in the chat right there. So you'll be able to find his Twitch channel right there. What is this new, this manager challenge thing? Yeah, well, there's an article, just read it and it will explain it. I mean, we went through it earlier today. I'm not going to go through it again because we spent a good half an hour talking about it. If you want to understand it, just click the bell and then just click that. And then there's like a link here that will tell you all about it. It's pretty cool, man. It's really good. Do you think it's worth getting like an Allison or Pickford with international usage or just like a Leno? Well, I think with the players you've got, it kind of almost makes more sense to get a Leno, no? With the players that you've got. I mean, to be honest with you, if you can afford an Allison or a Pickford, then I could honestly say that it's probably worth getting them. But if you've got more Fulham players, then it might just be worth fully committing to Fulham, because then when they do amazing like that, then it's going to pay off for you. But yeah, with Leno, you don't get the same utility, right, as an Allison or a Pickford. And to be honest with you, I mean, aren't the prices completely different as well? I mean, like Leno, for example, like Leno's what? Leno's 522, is he really? 431? That's ridiculous, to be honest. That's silly. How much is Allison? Allison's a lot, no? Allison's worth way more than that, surely. Yeah. So the two can't even really be compared, to be honest with you. If you've got the budget for an Allison, then probably Allison is who you need to go for. Bernd Leno's not in the same region. If we were comparing Bernd Leno and Pickford, then it's a little bit different, even though I think Pickford, of course, still offers better value because he's got more utility. But Pickford and Allison are closer together than Bernd Leno. Shouldn't really be comparing Bernd Leno to those two. Right. Let's keep going. Do we have any more? We don't. Okay, cool. Come off this here. Can you check my last week's winnings on Sorare data? Do I type my username? Yeah, so I'm guessing that you're quite new to the game, F. John, but if you ever want to check anything around performances or how much you've earned or what your gallery's worth, you just type in your name on Sorare data, and all of that information you can find usually attached to your profile. So yeah, just go into it, type your name in there, and then find your profile. It's all good. Yeah, Fulham have Burnley next week, but to be honest with you, and to be really honest with you, who really expected Fulham to beat West Ham 5-0 like that? It's a freak result, right? It's a freak result. Fulham aren't going to do that all season, even though they're playing better football. They'll play Burnley. They could do well against Burnley, but they could lose against Burnley. If you get someone like an Allison and you can afford it, then Allison's going to, over the longer run, just give you way better scoring and better returns than a Leno. So for the longer run, and as a better investment, I think Allison is better. I think even Pickford's better than Leno, just because I actually think Pickford's great. And I think Pickford in Sorare scores really high. He's also, of course, giving you that Euro 24 utility for next season, right? Not Euro 24. Yeah, Euro 24. Yeah, next season. Allison is Brazil's number one. Yeah, Allison. It's been a little bit, there's been a few instances where Edison's come in, but Allison effectively is the number one. I saw my Fulham players. I rage, bought a Bournemouth Everton stack because of good fixtures. Cool. Right. What else do we want to do here? Or does anybody have any other questions or stuff that they want to go through? Because we've kind of spent a lot of time on the stream. We can't do anything on Pooky right now because we're waiting for our new energy. Although, of course, you guys can pick up some sticker packs. There's only 4 left, actually. So if you are looking for a sticker, you need to get one before they sell out. Or just play our Beat the Base and you can win a sticker there. There's also Pooky balls to be picked up. Here, there's only 53. What else do we need to run through? Or what else do you guys want us to run through here on the channel? I have another stream later tonight at 8 p.m. But yeah, what else do we want to run through? Or do we call it an early one? And do we raid somebody? Starting with America. What's the question? I'm not quite understanding it. There's two keepers. It's going to be. No, no, we're not going to start it today. Yeah, I'm with you now, Malv. Yeah, we could. The thing is like we have like 25 minutes or so left over. It's too big a thing for us to start scouting. We might as well just dedicate an actual, stream ahead of time to say this is going to be the America scouting stream, rather than just squeezing it in at the end and not doing it any justice or anything. Matt Ryan got injured in the gym. Did he really? I didn't know that. All right, I think we're going to call it a day then. Well, we're going to call it a day for the day string. Guys, thank you so much for your time on the string. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the follows and all the likes and all the subs and everything. Massively appreciate it. I'm going to be back again a little bit later at 8 p.m. So tune in then for a bit more of a different chilled string, just a bit more of a conversational one where we can hang out and talk. And yeah, we'll be back again tomorrow for a Sorare stream at 12 p.m. UK time. So yeah, trying to get our lineup sorted for the midweek and also trying to get sorted for the weekend. So guys, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And hold on a minute. Let's do a raid because we've been raided so much. Let's actually raid somebody here. Let's raid somebody because we have been raided a lot today. So we want to try and also pay it forward a little bit. I've never ever been in this guy's channel before. Never been in Elixis TW. So let's go and jump in his channel. Let's see what's the crack there. Yeah, we've raided sellers quite a bit. Sometimes it's quite nice to check out a different channel. So let's go and check out this other guy who I've never raided before. Go and check out what he's doing. I don't know if it's in English or not, but we'll go and check him out anyway and we'll say hello. So, guys, come and join me on this raid right now. We're going to jump into this other streamer who's doing Sorare stuff. And then, yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow at 12, the usual time. And I'll be streaming again tonight at 8 p.m. So if you fancy just coming along, chatting, and checking out a different game, then, yeah, do jump on tonight at 8. So start the raid. You guys will be able to jump in. Make sure you do. If you do, you earn more free Tick Scout Fund coupons. And then that means that you can actually get more rewards and benefits on the stream. And then, yeah, guys, thank you so much. I'll catch you again later on tonight and tomorrow.